Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Welcome back to Today at Keeneland. It is opening day for the spring meet here at Keeneland Racecourse in Lexington, Kentucky. Scott and Gabby with you as we will be throughout the entire meet. This is year 8 for you and I of doing Today at Keeneland.
It's gone by so fast, hasn't it?
It's insane. It has flown by.
And it's amazing. Every meet is different, and every meet has been great for its own reasons. And this particular spring meet, I think there's a lot of excitement because of what is behind us.
That's right. It was there in the fall, but it wasn't open just yet. So that is the buzz about Lexington, and in the racing world are the opportunities to visit these great rooms. And there's a look at the Sycamore Room, one of the many beautiful places that we have here at Keeneland Racecourse, part of this new structure behind us.
Yeah, there's little alcove dining experiences in there. That is a look at the 1936 dining room, and in that room you'll see the jockeys pass through, a really unique experience there. That is a look at the Dogwood dining room on the second floor. Beautiful views of the walking ring and obviously the new saddling stalls. That's a look at the Ivy. Those are for private groups, and then we go all the way to the top of this new building to the rooftop bar and the rooftop dining room. And Scott, the views speak for themselves. On one side you get a beautiful perspective of the Sycamore, and then on the other side you can see for miles of the bluegrass.
That'd be my spot. Throw me up on the rooftop, look over there, pony up, watch the horses, have a good day here at Keeneland Racecourse. So we're so excited to share it with you, for you to experience what Keeneland has teed up with these new rooms opening up. We're also excited about the new wager and changes to the wagering menu for the spring meet and moving forward.
Yeah, so new this meet, we have a $3 late pick 3 at a 15% takeout. So, of course, that's going to be the last 3 races on the day. We have a change in minimum. So the Superfecta was previously 10 cents. Now it is at 50 cents. And then the rolling pick 3s throughout the day, they're going to be $1. And previously at 50 cents. We also have some other low takeout wagers, which are at 15%, and that includes the Turf Pick 3, the Rolling Doubles, and the Pick 5. And don't forget that show bet bonus. That's going to be returning for all those wagers here on track. You get a 10% takeout on show wagers placed at Keeneland or Red Mile.
So really excited about the new addition, the changes, the adjustments being made for this spring meet and moving forward here at Keeneland Racecourse. As far as social media is concerned, great stuff as always. You were just showing me some videos, taking a look at a preview of Wesley Ward and his barn, looking at Thailand and a 2-year-old who I think we're going to have to wait and see to run next week. But make sure you're giving us follows on X, on Instagram, on Facebook. Give FanDuel TV a follow on X, as well as download the FanDuel TV Plus app on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV. And also download the Keeneland Race Day app. That's where you can stay current with all of our top selections and opinions on the races each and every day. We have so many folks come across us and ask us who you like in this race. Easiest way to access it is download that Keeneland Race Day app onto your smart device. Let's go to WKYT for the opening day weather.
It is Keeneland's opening day, and obviously while there's a lot of excitement, we are tracking some isolated rain chances for your day today. Folks, don't cancel any Keeneland plans. You might just want to include a raincoat in some of those Keeneland plans. Plus, on top of that, those temperatures are warming. By the second half of the meet, things are really going to dry out. Most of these isolated chances pull farther north, so maybe just grab a cute rain jacket to match your Keeneland opening day outfit, and then you'll be able to properly enjoy the races.
And if you didn't bring one, out over the Keeneland gift shop where Gabby still owes me an umbrella.
I do.
Easiest joke of the show every time it rains.
And I wasn't prepared today, so I didn't bring a rain jacket. I did bring an umbrella, not the one that went missing. But as I was walking towards the gift shop, the sun started to come out.
Yeah, seeing blue skies behind us.
Don't need it.
I think we're going to be good for the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah.
Track conditions presented by John Deere. Muddy on the main track, good on the turf course to start the day. So that's potential for that to evolve or change over the course of the afternoon, but muddy and good, as we did have some pretty decent spells of rain this morning in the lead up to today, Keeneland, and obviously the start of the race card.
But hopefully that's all out of here, and we can get through today and tomorrow with some sunshine. The birds are chirping, and people are starting to, fill out the crowd here at Keeneland.
4 stakes races today. The featured event, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. There is a late scratch of Nikon, so that puts Percy's Bar down on the rail as she seeks redemption here at Keeneland Grade 1 Company. But Zany installed as the 4-5 morning line favorite for Todd Pletcher, who's won 3 of the last 4 Central Bank Ashlands with some very nice fillies, and this is a very good filly.
She's very good. She obviously broke her maiden first time out at Gulfstream back in November. Then she came back and won the Demoiselle. She won that in hand, and then she came off a little bit of that freshening and won the Suncoast down at the Tampa Bay Derby. The only thing, at Tampa Bay Downs, the only thing that I would say about that last race, Scott, is that she was on her wrong lead, never really swapped over to her right lead, and that's obviously something to keep in mind as is it a maturity thing? Is she slowly starting to learn, or is she going to be able to handle more distances as they're thrown at her? I mean, obviously she was able to go 1 mile and an 1/8, so that shouldn't be an issue, but it's just something to think about if she can get out of that habit.
Let's get into our picks for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. I am going with Percy's Bar. This is a horse that crossed the wire in front of the Darley Alcibiades, was disqualified by making contact, because of making contact with Tommy Joe, and then followed that performance up, a second-place finish in the Darley Alcibiades, ultimately with a third-place finish in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies. This was a big effort. You look back to the start of this race, she wasn't all that sharp away from the starting gate. She's in hand under Luan Machado, kind of gets shuffled back a little bit, and this was a different approach than what we'd seen from her in the Darley Alcibiades. Now, obviously, Super Corridor was very quick. You can see the fractions were quick, but look at this trouble down on the inside. Bounces off the inside rail and digs in and shows a lot of grit to finish third. At this point in time, she still has maybe a head to make up on the filly to her outside the 5, but she finishes third with all of that trouble, especially at the top of the stretch. Spent the morning with Ben Colebrook out here discussing this filly a couple of mornings ago, talking about the way that she was working. Says, the times are fast, but she's looking like she's not going that fast, and that's the gauge of when you see fast workouts, right? Mm-hmm. How much are they being asked to do it? And she has fired bullet after bullet here at Keeneland Racecourse at her home track, where she spent a vast majority, 99% of her career. Zany, the second choice. I think that's obvious that she has to be included in the conversation, at least in the top 3. Looking to remain perfect. Great mind on her. Visited her the other day, same morning. Just an intuitive filly. I mean, spending time with her, I fell in love with Mike Rapoli's Zany. And then French Friction, Mark Cassey. He had 3 fillies running the Fantasy Stakes last weekend at Oaklawn Park. That's their Oaks Prep down in Hot Springs. And he brings this filly here for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. So he had to sort them out. 3 there, 1 here. She could be a good one for DJ Stable.
And he won this race with Lecara last year as well, so keep that in mind. I did go to French Friction. Say that 5 times fast, really fast.
Not doing it.
No? Okay. Well, nor am I. I can barely say it once. The biggest question for her is whether or not she can handle the distance today. I don't think that it should be an issue, but going from 6 furlongs to 1 mile and a 16th, when other fillies have previously had this experience in the past, that kind of gives them a leg up. And I have just been really impressed by her effort sprinting, Scott. I mean, look at how she wins this race. Absolutely in hand. You can see Christian Torres, her rider, kind of giving her a nice little pat as she crosses the finish line, because it was just so easy. Barely had a move on her. Her debut was really impressive. And I at least like the fact that she has 2 sprints under the belt, and now she gets to 1 mile and a 16th. She's also quite fast. And we've seen that sometimes on the main track at this distance, it is a favorable position to be towards the front. Now, I don't know if she's going to make the lead or Omaha Bay is going to make the lead. She was really fast when she stretched out to 1 mile last time out, but I think that's pretty much where the speed comes from. And again, I think she has the pedigree to handle the distance. We'll see if she can get it done, though, today. Zany, for all the reasons you mentioned. She lost Life of Joy, obviously, she ran against last time out. She finished second in that race. We'll take another look at this effort. Again, Life of Joy finished second in here, and that was a Brad Cox runner. She came back to win the Fairgrounds Oaks. But look what she does there. She's just kind of reactive to the rider, Irad Ortiz Jr., and I think he tries to get her to switch her leads and finally is successful with that. But she did show a tendency of being green, and that's always something to consider when you're trying to be hypercritical of these horses heading towards the Oaks or the Derby.
But she looks like she's just doing it easy.
Oh,
she's just loping along. It's not even like she's trying. She just needed some
guidance.
Yeah.
But the talent is there.
Let's go to Tom Leach for more on today's Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland.
Percy's Bar was first under the wire in the Alcibiades here last fall, had some trouble in her Breeders' Cup race out at Del Mar. Trainer Ben Colebrook hoped to put a prep race into her, so some bad weather during the winter prevented that. Still, he says the way she's training gives him confidence.
When you watch her work, it is kind of, it's kind of, a couple of them have kind of taken your breath away how well she's worked. That being said, working and racing are different, but I am seeing, I don't have any races to go by as a 3-year-old, but I am seeing improvements in the way she's training from the way she trained as a 2-year-old to the way she's trained as a 3-year-old.
French Friction is 2 for 2 from the barn of trainer Mark Cassie. Now, she is out of an AP Indy mare, so that would suggest stretching out from 6 furlongs in her first 2 races to 2 turns here would not be a problem. But Mark Cassie says that if you look at her, it's not a sure thing.
If I said I wasn't concerned about the stretch out, I'd be lying. I just don't. You never know, Tom, until you try. But I kind of thought that if we were going to stretch her out, that Keeland would be a good place to do it with the short stretch. That tends to help a little bit with speedy fillies. And I'm looking at the forecast, and it looks like there could be some rain. I don't think that'll hurt our feelings either.
One thing about French Friction, she does have talent. Cassie said this one reminded him early of Counting Stars, that impressive winner of the Fantasy last week.
Yeah, things coming together for Mark Cassie as far as the Kentucky Oaks picture is concerned. Thank you to Mark, Ben, and, of course, Tom Leach. Let's move to race number 7, the Grade 2 Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Stakes. 2 big scratches, Baraka just bluffing, so down to a field of just 5 with Sneaky Good, the 9-5 morning line favorite for NK Racing, L&J Foxwoods.
Yeah, and in particular, the scratch of just bluffing, I think, changes the pace scenario in this race. She kind of figured to be the main speed. I would say there wasn't a overwhelming amount of speed to begin with, but she definitely seemed like the clear-cut pace horse. So now with her out, I think it'll be interesting to see who takes the lead now.
I had to readjust, as a lot of folks I'm sure had to, following those scratches. So I originally had just bluffing on top. I go to a fine Chardonnay. This is a filly that you'll have more on her in just a moment as far as her story. But this is a filly by McLean's Music for Ian Wilkes. Broke her maiden on debut at Churchill Downs. Start 2 of her career. Wins the Myrtlewood Stakes on closing weekend here at Keeneland back in the fall meet of last year. She's finished 3rd in her last 2 starts. She caught On Time Girl in the Fernwood Creek and then finished 3rd in a stakes race at Gulfstream Park. She's going to have to bounce back, right? I mean, she's going to have to pick things up to go with these fillies down on the inside, but we know that she likes the track here at Keeneland, and she's by McLean's Music, and obviously the race course can change over the course of the afternoon, but McLean's Music, that sire, 19% winners from a over 1,200 race sample size as far as getting success on, or having success on, an off-main track. So I start with her. Sneaky Good, the second selection, the likely favorite, coming out of the Honeybee, coming out of the Forward Gal. You've got to respect her form, right? I mean, she's run against some very good fillies in those last 2 starts, including Explora, who unfortunately had to miss the Fantasy last weekend, and she's going straight into the Kentucky Oaks for trainer Bob Baffert. And then finally, the number 4 horse, King Solver, for Rudy Brisset. Another one that, this is a big test. She's a stakes winner, though, at the age of 2 last year. This is her first start at the age of 3. Daughter of Omaha Beach. Pedigree works with an off-track if it remains the way that it is currently. So in a regroup handicapping situation for me in the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont, I go 7, 3, and 4.
All right, I had to do some rearranging as well. I originally had the 5 Baraka on top, but now we'll go to the number 3 Sneaky Good. We'll take a look at her debut, and it was also a winning one right here at Keeneland in the fall. She really did everything right in that race. She was precocious, and clearly she's been able to hold on to that form in her 3-year-old season. I think what we saw from her effort in the Honeybee, Scott, was that she just went to go make a move, and then she just flattened out, and that's kind of a typical look of a horse that just doesn't want to go that far. And when you're Brad Cox and you are winning Derby preps and Oaks preps, you really have to sift through the horses that are able to go the distance and fire your best shot in those types of prep races. So with Sneaky Good, I do like the cut back in distance. She looks like a really strong one-turn horse. I do wonder what kind of trip she'll get on the turn back in distance as well. I would imagine Flavien will put her in a forward position, maybe not on the lead. I don't think she's fast enough, but a forward position in there. And then that takes us to the 7, a fine Chardonnay. I like her in here. She's just a really gritty filly. You'll see on her page that she won her first 2 career races. And in fact, last fall we caught up with Phil Griesinger, her owner, and this was his first horse that he has ever owned, and success came early. Here's more on a fine Chardonnay.
A fine Chardonnay now gets ahead in front and deep stretch. A fine Chardonnay. Tyler Gaffalione aboard to win the Dean Dorton Myrtlewood Stakes.
Being at this point in our lives and to win our first 2 races with our first horse, and it's incredible. And I just wish my son, who's my partner, and my family were here with me, but I just can't put into words how it's just amazing.
That's why we do it.
Absolutely.
And I believe I remember that the name came from his wife and her liking to a fine Chardonnay, and I'm sure they celebrated with many Chardonnays that night.
Let's move on to the 8th race. This is the Grade 3 UK Healthcare Transylvania Stakes. This will start the $3 late pick 3, that new wager being introduced not only today but for the remainder of this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. $3 minimum wager, 1 mile and a 16th on the turf course, and no scratches. Full field of 11. Remember, Mamba is the morning line favorite at 7-2 for Cherie DeVoe, CRK Stable, a Kitten's Joy colt that has started his career 2-for-2 at Keeneland September sale graduate. This is not an easy race,
no,
right?
It's not
you got
at all. 3-year-olds
coming from various different locations. It really kind of sums up what Keeneland is about every meet, but coming from various locations. But 3-year-olds, early part of their career, and as far as where I go on top, I go to Street Beast. This is a colt for Ben Colebrook, who won the Leonada Stakes. We take you back to that effort back on January 17th. He set the pace that day. He beats Full Effort. Now, Full Effort comes out of here, ends up second in the John Battaglia, and then ends up winning the Jeff Ruby Stakes. So you've got to respect the form and what he was able to do in this race on the synthetic track at Turfway Park. He's got turf form, though, too. He won the Juvenile Mile at Kentucky Downs, that $1 million race back in September. He picked up another Kentucky Downs win, that same exact meet just a few days prior to that. He had a huge year. He made over $800,000 by going through those races at Kentucky Downs. And then, oh, by the way, he finished 4th at 10-1 in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf behind Stad, as well as Stark Contrast, a horse for Michael McCarthy, who we've seen run big races out in Southern California. So I go to him. His last race, just forget about it. He was a mess going into the gate. He broke, he faded it, that was it. I like the fact that Ben Colebrook is getting him back on grass, with the synthetic season wrapping up here in Kentucky, so to speak. So give me Street Beast on top. I think he bounces back in a big way. Vassie's second, colt by Space Blues, that former Breeders' Cup mile winner. He's won his last 2 races for Brendan Walsh. You got Flavian Pratt, deserves a lot of respect. And then the number 10 horse, Honey Dutch. He's always right there. I mean, he's 1 for 7, but as far as the third selection, this horse battles, and he's battled against a lot of these horses. He sets the pace. He's been passed, but he digs in. So you've got to respect him at the very least underneath. That is Honey Dutch, the number 10 horse.
Despite this being such a tough race, you and I landed on the same horse with the 5 Street Beast. You and I have been doing a lot of talking with Ben Colebrook. But clearly, this is a horse who's been incredibly consistent throughout his career. You touched on it. He was second first time out. Then he won back-to-back races. He was 4th in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. He came back. He won the Leonidas. And then last time out, it was too bad to be true. So the obvious question is, what happened? And Ben did say he doesn't want to make too many excuses for him, but he kind of tried to rush the gate a little bit too soon, and he thought that he lost his breath, and then he kind of broke sharp, went to the lead, and then just stopped from there. And when you get a speed horse, you never want to start that way. And
right.
When a horse is acting up in the gate, you never truly know what could happen, whether, they something sore on them or whether they lose their breath. So I am truly just drawing a line through that. He has been incredibly consistent prior to that. Ben has also done a lot of gate schooling with him just to make sure that he doesn't act up in the gate again. So he'll be the top play for me. But the 2, Vassie, this was a good effort by this horse last time out. And he is slowly but surely making those progressions. And I think the reason why, Scott, is because of his ability to go 2 turns. His first 3 races, if you look at the speed figures, a little bit on the slow side, he has improved since stretching out to 2 turns. Again, that's 7.5 for a long race. Down at Gulfstream is 2 turns. And then here in the Colonel Liam, he absolutely ran down Honey Dutch. And you mentioned how consistent Honey Dutch is. So he beat a really good horse last time out. He had every excuse not to. He ran him down, and visually I thought that was a really nice effort. Third horse for me is going to be Proton. He hasn't been able to get back in the winner's circle, but Grand Motion, Johnny V, when they team up at Keeneland on the turf, look out.
That's the Transylvania, UK Healthcare Transylvania. Let's roll it back to race number 5. This will be the first stakes race of the spring meet. It's the listed Lafayette Stakes for straight 3-year-olds. 7 furlongs is the distance, and a field of 7 assembled for this renewal. Knock It Off, the number 2 horse for trainer Steve Asmussen, the morning line favorite at 2-1. This is another phenomenal race. I mean, we're going to sound like broken records for the next, 16 days of racing that we have here at Keeneland Racecourse. Knock It Off is a colt by Vacoma that Kirk and Judy Robinson were able to buy out of the Keeneland September sale in 2024 for $150,000. He's an Indiana bred. He was debuted at Fairgrounds, led off at 8-1, beats Trouble Calling, who he's running against here today, and then he followed it up. This is his follow-up race, or his maiden win, I should say. This is him beating Trouble Calling. Trouble Calling is a really nice horse, and we had a chance to see him run here back in the fall, and then a few times after that, if I'm not mistaken. So with what he was able to do with Trouble Calling, and then win again, and then how Trouble Calling came out of that race to break his maiden by 6 1/4, and he earned like a 90 Beyer speed figure, 91 Beyer speed figure. I like both of these horses on equal footing. I really do. I know he beat him, but I think Trouble Calling has turned the corner, and he's the half-brother to the Grade 1 winner Trouble Shooting from last year that we saw
it's a
back
really
in the
nice
fall.
Family.
Huge family.
Yeah.
So 2-4 for me, really kind of an entry as far as the top selection. I'm not sitting on the fence, but I like them both equally. And then the number 3 horse, Arctic Beast, colt by Yopon for Mike Maker, who's coming out of State-bred stakes races. He did finish second in the Springboard Mile back in December of last year. That was obviously going a mile. That was his only venture outside of Open Company. But this horse has dominated his New York-bred competition in stakes company throughout his career. So really looking forward to this race. This is a huge indicator of a prep race for a race like the Pate Mile, right?
Yeah, I would say so, especially, obviously with it being 7/8. I agree with you. I think this is a really fun group of sprinters here this year. I'm interested to see what Knock It Off can do, now facing this group of competition. I went to Arctic Beast as a top play here. We'll roll back his last race in the Damon Runyon at Aqueduct going 7 furlongs. The reason why Scott is in this race, clearly, he's shown the ability to go 7/8, and we know that sometimes this can be a specialist distance. He's also shown the ability to go even farther at a mile, and he just dominated this field. Now, I know everybody will say, well, what did he beat? What did he beat last time out? What did he beat in his first 3 races? Sure, but look at what he's doing. He could run laps around that field. He did it so easily, and I think this is such a great example of state-bred programs and how you utilize state-bred programs, and the fact that he's been running against New York breds to gain that confidence, so that when he can face Open Company like today, he can be successful, and he has that confidence behind him with all those really impressive victories. So I did go to him just because of the experience at 7/8 and just the way that in which he's been winning. Knock It Off obviously will be the second selection, and then Comport. I've been curious to see this horse come back. I know Eddie Kenyelli really liked him last season. They dabbled in giving him more distances towards the latter half of his season, but I think he's going to be really strong at one turn. I'm not crazy about the rail for him, especially off the layoff, but I think he could have a big season at one-turn distances ahead.
That's a look at our 4 stakes races on opening day here at Keeneland Racecourse. Let's dive into the Cincinnati Spotlight. This is race number 4. Hypnotica back in 2024 at the Keeneland September sales. Hammer drops for $475,000 to E5 Racing Thoroughbreds. This is a filly from that tremendous family, which includes Rachel Alexandra. She's a 3/4 sister to Fairchild, who was a stakes winner, and bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. So Chad Brown with a first-time starter, filly by Charlatan, Keeneland September sale grad from a few years back. Hypnotica, watch out for her in race number 4. Good 3-year-old maiden special weight for the fillies with a $110,000 purse there available. As far as the Clocker report is concerned, we'll look at Miss Call to begin. This is race number 2, so that race will start the early pick 4 starter allowance company. And here's a look at Miss Call back on the 27th of March, working in 1 minute and 4.
Yeah, so she's on the outside of another horse named Very Connected, and you can see that the rider isn't really asking her to do much, just trying to keep up with the inside, the workmate that is just her inside, and then ask for a little bit more in the gallop out. So that was her most recent workout on March 27th.
So watch out for her, race number 2. That's Miss Call, starter allowance company in that second event out of the Kenny McPeak barn. Opening day at Keeneland, late pick 4 and pick 5. It features the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. It also features the Grade 2 Middle Ground Capital Beaumont and the Grade 3 UK Healthcare Transylvania. So big opportunities with those late pick 4 and late pick 5s, and we've come together on a late pick 4 ticket. So it begins in race number 7. We went 3, 4, and 7 to begin in that first leg of this late pick 4. And this is the Grade 2 Beaumont. So we've got our bases covered in that small field. I hope. It's still a horse race, but I hope.
It is, but I do think we have our bases covered. I mean, I think King Solver off the layoff is a little sneaky in there as well. She should like the conditions of the track today. She's got a really big figure to like, maybe a little bit moisture in it. And as I say that, it's probably going to be upgraded here momentarily. Race number 8, just the 2 and the 5, Bossy and Street Beast. So we're kind of going against the favorite there with the number 7, Remember Mamba. We have a little bit more coverage in race 9, and then we get to the 10th race with just the 2 inside runners.
So $18 investment in that late pick 4. Don't forget about the $3 late pick 3, which will begin with race number 8. Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot on opening day.
Long shot play on the opening day card comes in race 4. It's the 12-horse Where Luck Lives for trainer Brian Lynch, who had a fantastic meet down at Gulfstream this winter. There are several categories at play here where the Lynch barn has some really strong winning percentages. So that's a positive for a horse that's double-digit on the morning lines. I like Rosario riding. 5 works since the last start. Could have Where Luck Lives ready to fire at hopefully a little bit of a price.
Let's get it, Tom. It is opening day. You ready for this?
I'm ready.
Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland, the featured event, 4 stakes races. Enjoy opening day here at Keeneland Racecourse.
In 2026, the Breeders' Cup returns to hallowed ground in Lexington, Kentucky, to Keeneland, where rolling bluegrass pastures give way to epic showdowns and legendary victories.
Flightline now beginning to move on the outside. It is Flightline, Breeders' Cup Classic win.
It's a perfectly timed sale.
When you're racing in a place like Keeneland, it gets everybody's adrenaline pumping, and then to be able to transfer that adrenaline right down into the sales environment.
Sales a great addition, I think, to the end of the meet. Everyone's want to participate, so it's fun to pick up a horse.
It's a great sale to find a horse with potential.
Got to see them on the track and see how they perform.
Really kicking off Derby week. Welcome you to the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. Good to have you back with us.
There's a reason why Toyota is America's best-selling retail brand. It's the quality, dependability, and reliability that you expect from Toyota. And that starts right here in the USA, where Toyota has invested over $49 billion into 11 different manufacturing plants, including the newest one, a battery plant for its electric and hybrid vehicles. There are now 13 different Toyotas built in the USA, with more on the way. America drives Toyota. Let's go places.
Dear racing fans, we've been waiting for you. We've been working, prepping, training, putting together thrilling races, new spaces, favorite traditions, and fresh experiences. From right on the rail to the top of the hill. Whether it's your first meet or your 50th, we can't wait to welcome you back this spring. Love, Keeneland.
Hi, Steve. Gabby.
Nice meeting you.
Very nice to meet you.
One guy said you were jealous.
He's something else. It's in one ear, out the other with him.
Yeah. Pleasure to meet you, sir. Or see ya.
Dirt track is sloppy. Still, turf is still good.
You guys done with these ones for a little while?
We're done with them for the day.
Yep.
For the day?
Yes. So we go to sticks, and then are there those portable IFT boxes?
Yes.
Fresh. All right. So I think, is there a dongle in there? Okay.
Keeneland welcomes Dr. Brock Terry to the paddock. Dr. Terry is the director of music at First United Methodist Church in downtown Lexington, the resident music director at the Lexington Theater Company, and the associate director of the Lexington Singers. He is joined by the Lexington Police for the presentation of colors. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming. And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Who do you like in the Derby? Yeah,
Keeneland is proud to recognize Larry Franklin from Admissions as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Larry. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland, where the main track is listed sloppy and the turf is listed good, the rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Time now for a look at the changes beginning in the first race, where the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes and also the early pick five will get underway. In the opener, scratch the 4, Autism Honor G, and scratch the 6, Wagley. Again, scratch the 4, Autism Honor G, and scratch the 6, Wagley. Second race starts the early pick 4, scratch number 4, Edie. Second race, scratch the 4, Edie. Third race, scratch the 4, what you talking about? Third race, scratch the 4, what you talking about? Fourth race, scratch number 4, Christie's Spirit. Scratch the 7, Bodacious Bay. Also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. That's the fourth race. Scratch the 4, Christie's Spirit. Scratch the 7, Bodacious Bay. Scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16. Fifth race, that'll start the pick 6. Overweight, the 5-star sweeper, the jockey 1 pound over. That's race 5, number 5, star sweeper, jockey 1 pound over. Sixth race will start the late pick 5. It also starts the Keeneland turf pick 3. In that sixth race, scratch the 5, House United. Also scratch the 14, States Rights, the 15, Noble Confessor, and the 16, Rocky Joy. That's race 6. Scratch the 5, House United. Also scratch the 14, States Rights, the 15, Noble Confessor, and the 16, Rocky Joy. Please note 13 draws into the race. Side Street 13 draws into the race. Seventh race starts the late pick 4, the 41st running of the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont, Grade 2. Scratch number 2, Just Bluffing. Scratch number 5, Baraka. That's the seventh race, the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont. Scratch the 2, Just Bluffing, and scratch the 5, Baraka. No superfecta on that seventh race. No superfecta. $3 late pick 3 starts in the eighth race, the UK Healthcare Transylvania. No changes in race 8. Race 9, the Central Bank Ashland. Scratch the 1, Nikon. That's the ninth race. Scratch the 1, Nikon. 10th race, which features the Toyota Super High 5. In that 10th race, scratch the 4, Lemon's Law. Also scratch 13, Fat Guy in Little Coat. Scratch the 15, Tilson, and scratch the 16, Newman. That's in the 10th race. Scratch the 4, Lemon's Law. Scratch 13, Fat Guy in Little Coat. Scratch 15, Tilson, and scratch 16, Newman. Please note the 14 draws in. Number 14, In America, draws into the race. And those are the current program changes. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt Becker, and happy opening day as we get set for an exciting spring meet ahead and a lot to look forward to over the course of this month of April, Gabby, but we're going to get right after it. We've got 4 stakes races today, 10-race card in total. We start with the Lafayette Stakes in race number 5, then the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Grade 2, race 7, the UK Healthcare Transylvania, that is the Grade 3, but our feature, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland for the 3-year-old fillies looking to make their way towards the Kentucky Oaks.
Yeah, this is a very important stepping stone to maybe get to the first Friday in May at Churchill Downs, but it's a really amazing field this year. We have the undefeated Zany sent out by Mike Rapoli and Todd Pletcher, as well as Percy's Bar, who has not been seen since the Breeders' Cup, but she has been working lights out here at Keeneland in the morning, and she's got a really fun kind of backstory as well to her name. We just know that a lot of locals will be rooting her on.
A lot of cheers will happen if she wins up at Percy's Bar here at Keeneland Racecourse. A couple of changes to mention here on opening day for this meet at Keeneland. We have a new wager, the $3 late pick 3, a very popular wager throughout the United States, so great to have the $3 late pick 3 here at Keeneland. And then minimums changed as far as the rolling pick 3s. Those are now $1, and the superfectas are now a minimum 50 cents. Enjoy opening day here at Keeneland Racecourse. Race number 1 here at Keeneland Racecourse on this opening day for the spring meet is less than 18 minutes away. Main track sloppy, the turf listed as good to start the day. We start with the 2-year-olds as we always do during the springtime here at Keeneland. Wesley Ward has the favorite. No surprise there with the number 8 horse Suspicions as he scratched his other filly Wagley that we'll see next week. But I'm going to try to beat this Wesley Ward colt in here with JoJo Dude, the number 2 horse with Luan Machado riding for Ben Colbrook. Ben Colbrook's got a big day ahead. He's got Percy's Bar looking for that grade 1 in the Central Bank Ashland later on this card. But this is a colt that is by practical joke that Ben Colbrook has worked a few times here at Keeneland, worked sharp out of the gate, just spoke to him, and you'll hear about that in just a little bit about this 2-year-old colt. But he does know that he's got the Wesley Ward horse to tackle, but at 3-1, we'll take a swing and find a little bit better value than what we're getting on the number 8 horse. That is Wesley's Suspicions. This is one that he trains, that he owns. He purchased back in July of last year. This is a colt from the first crop of Corniche, that talented son of Quality Road, who was a 2-year-old champion and Breeders' Cup juvenile winner. So the fact that you've got a Wesley Ward horse with the scratch of his other horse, you've got to respect this colt. And obviously, folks, he's even money on the board right now, which is atypical of wagering on a Wesley Ward horse in a 2-year-old race. So I would imagine that we're going to see that price come down as we approach post time. And then the number 5 horse Bourbon Town for Ray Hernandez. He's actually the second choice. He's had some good workouts at the Thoroughbred Center here in Lexington in his last few. Out of the gate, 35-3, 35 flat. He is bred to go quick. He is bred to win early by Echo Town, that stallion who's getting winners first time out as first time starters are concerned at a 21% clip. So race number 1 does start the early pick 5. Don't forget the pick 3 is now a $1 minimum wager. They begin here. Doubles will roll throughout the entire afternoon. Good luck. 10 races ahead on opening day here for Keeneland Spring.
Looking ahead to Keeneland's second race. In race 2, overweight number 2, Nonstop Vino, 2 pounds over. Keeneland's second race, the 2, Nonstop Vino, the jockey, 2 pounds over. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race, the Calumet, a maiden special weight, 2-year-olds on the Headley course. 4.5 furlongs. Main track is listed sloppy. The turf listed good. Rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In the opener, scratch the 4, Autism Honor G, and scratch the 6, Wagley. Starts the early pick 5, starts the first of the days, rolling doubles and pick 3s. Post time 5 minutes.
Well, big day ahead for Ben Colebrook and looking to get it started with a 2-year-old winner. And Ben, anytime you come into the spring, you're tackling a Wesley Ward. Do you have the type of colt to hang with his colt?
You know, I mean, I'm happy Scratch the Life is good, Philly, because I'd kind of caught a couple of her works. She looks like she's really talented. So I'm sure this one is nice as well. I just I haven't seen him with my own eyes. But no, I think my horse has had some good works. He's popped out of the gate quick, and, you know, it's time to lead him over and see what we have. But, you know, I think we'll get try to get a piece of it at least. But like you said, you know, Wesley kind of it all goes back through him.
Is it all come down to gate workouts with these 2-year-olds and figuring out who's quick enough early out of the blocks?
Yeah, I think so. I really do. I think especially the 4.5 shoot configuration. You know, I mean, they can not break, but I think when they don't break well, you got to almost have like a Percy's Bar type, like what she was able to do. I don't see this horse. You know, if he doesn't break, it's going to be a tougher ass. So hopefully he can break right with them and be up close.
Good luck today, Ben.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Up and that camera was
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's first race, the Calumet, start of the early pick 5. Late scratch in Keeneland's first race, scratch number 1, Fortune King. On the advice of the state veterinarian, the stewards have scratched number 1, Fortune King, in Keeneland's first race. Windows remain open. Once again, horses have reached the starting gate and are moving into line for Keeneland's first, the Calumet, start of the early pick 5. JoJo Dude moves into line. Super Saiyan comes forward. Bourbon Town, 3 more to load. Here's to Grotto, and then Suspicions. Cross Power, the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. There goes JoJo Dude. JoJo Dude right out for the lead. Suspicions comes away, running in second upon the outside as they make the bend around the far turn. And Bourbontown is up close. In fact, Bourbontown's going to find an opening down to the inside. Three-way shuffle for the lead, separated by less than a length up front. Then a gap of 2. Tigrado is outward from the rail in fourth, 3/4 of a length. And then Super Saiyan in fifth, and a gap of 5 more lengths back to Cross Power. Now, side by side for the lead, top of the stretch. Suspicions up on the outside, and JoJo Dude on the inside. Gap of 3 more lengths. Bourbontown had to switch lanes and come toward the center of the track and is still third. Super Saiyan is running late down toward the inside, also 3 from the front. Tigrado there on the far outside. Suspicions has the lead. Suspicions past the 8th bull final furlong. Super Saiyan keeps running up the inside. Bourbontown is next. JoJo Dude has dropped back to 4th, 16th to go. Suspicions, Pietro Moran aboard. Suspicions to open the Keeneland Spring Meet with a victory. Bourbontown was home in second. Tigrado was up in time for third, and Super Saiyan was fourth.
Oh, it is a spring tradition here at Keeneland Racecourse. Wesley Ward in these 2-year-old races, and this is a colt by Corniche. His first winner, the champion 2-year-old Corniche from his first runner, and he puts away this group with pretty decent ease in the end. Suspicions, decent price for a Wesley Ward first-time starter, 6-5, better than doubling your money with the champion apprentice of Pietro Moran in the saddle. Wesley getting it done in the spring opener.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. Number 8, Suspicions, finished first. Number 5, Bourbontown was second. Number 7, Tigrado third. Number 3, Super Saiyan fourth. 8, 5, 7, 3, unofficial. First race results official, 8-5-7-3, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's first race, the Calumet, number 8, Suspicions. Wesley Ward, the owner-trainer, Pietro Moran, the jockey. Suspicions, a 2-year-old son of Corniche, out of Monog by Nyquist, bred in Kentucky by Mr. Wilbert Tan. 4.5 furlongs over the Headley course, 52.74 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Calumet Trophy presentation to the connections of Suspicions. Keeneland's second race upcoming, doubled in pick 3. Wagering has started the early pick 4. Main track is listed sloppy. The turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet on the turf course today. Scratch the 4 Edie. That's in the second race. Scratch the 4 Edie. Overweight the 2 Nonstop Vino. The jockey 2 pounds over.
Race number 2 is less than 17 minutes away from the start of the early pick 4 as well. So second race on the card, we'll start the early pick 4. Don't forget those $1 pick 3s will continue to roll, as will daily doubles. This is a good starter allowance race. A well-written condition, 3-year-old filly started for the claiming price of $50,000 or less, or horses that broke their maiden in a maiden auction restricted race, or which have not won a race other than maiden or claiming. So it brings together a competitive group and a big field that we have here of 11 after the scratch of the 4. The 11 horse is the top play for me in here. This is NZ Holly, getting plenty of attention in the parimutuel wagering, a filly that has come on in her last 2 since moving over to the dirt. She broke her maiden at Oaklawn after debuting on the synthetic course at Turfway Park. She got LASIK, she got blinkers for the first time in that race, and then they kept them with her when she ran against a very tough group of allowance fillies down at Oaklawn Park. So this is a perfect spot for her to be in, and the fact that she's got the eligibility to run in this starter 50 is because of the fact that she ran for 40 down at Oaklawn Park. So perfect placement by Rudy Brisset with his daughter of Yopon, owned in part by Storyteller Racing and September Farm. So NZ Holly getting his respect, and I like her and like the price. 7-2 on the board right now. The second choice for me is the current favorite. That's the number 5 horse, Miss Call, for trainer Kenny McPeak. This is a filly that takes a drop down out of stakes competition at Fairgrounds. She ran in the Untappable at the end of her 2-year-old season. That's the last time that we saw her compete. But if you look at her career record, she did run in starter allowance company at Churchill Downs. Those were in a mile and a 16th races. So she'll shorten up for the first time on the dirt. She was debuted on the turf course at Saratoga, ran a credible 4th, only beaten 3 lengths at a huge price. But she's gotten plenty of respect in her recent races. She has not visited the winner's circle, but she's gotten plenty of play in her recent starts. And she is a class dropper that is certainly live because of that at the very least. And then finally, the number 9 horse sitting at 7-1, Princess Woji for Kelsey Danner, a American Pharaoh filly, broke her maiden in a maiden optional 50, and that's how she was eligible for this race. I believe that was a maiden auction restricted condition, dual condition type of race that we've seen start written across the country. But that's how she gets eligible for this race. She dropped out of maiden special weight company at Turfway Park into that spot on dirt at Colonial. And that's also another reason I think to like the number 9 horse Princess Woji, is the fact that she really did come on when moving off the synthetic to the dirt, and she fits this group, in my opinion, perfectly out of the Kelsey Danner barn. 14 minutes to post, race number 2. Horses saddled up, waiting for the rider's up call as we get set to start the early pick 4 at Keeneland here on opening day. Good luck. Grant Forrester trains the number 7 horse Trapped. She broke her maiden for the tag. She's in the starter company. Was this an easy spot to figure for her at this point in time?
Yeah, this was the goal all along after she broke her maiden that day. And, I don't know how much it moves her up or not, but she won on a sloppy track last time at Fairgrounds. And so the rain didn't bother us today at all.
About the 7 furlongs that she's going?
I think, she's a Tacitus. We expect her to get better as the distances increase. So we were really excited when the condition book came out, saw 7/8. And, we think this is kind of a prelude, hopefully, to maybe stretching out to 2 turns next time.
Good luck, Grant.
Thanks, Scott. Good to see you.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the early pick 4. Main track is listed sloppy. The turf listed good today with the rail at 20 feet. In this second race, scratch the 4 Edie. 4 Edie scratched. Overweight, the 2 Nonstop Vino. The jockey 2 pounds over. Post time in 5 minutes.
Less than 3 minutes away from race number 2, start of the early pick 4 on this sloppy main track. These fillies will compete. Miss Call, the number 5 horse, has drifted a bit in the wagering. She's up to 3-1. She was 2-1 when we were over on the paddock side. She was just 5-2, just clicked up to 3-1. But she was part of the focus this morning on the Clocker report. Clocker pick on today at Keeneland. Miss Call, 3-1. The price is getting better, at least for the time being, on this daughter of Silver State. And then wanted to turn our attention to the 10-horse Authentic Angel. Filly by Authentic. She might be at least the tallest filly in this group. Big, long, leggy daughter of that Kentucky Derby winner, Horse of the Year, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Authentic. She's going to be trying the off-track for the second time in her career, and she broke her maiden in a maiden 20 at Churchill on a sloppy track. And the 7 furlong distance here today, I think, is going to be a big benefit for her with that added ground, given her size and scope and obviously the form that we have on her. So at 18-1, a filly that caught my attention when we're down in the paddock. We're less than 2 minutes away from post time. Start of the early pick 4, the pool over 116,000. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. Alta Avenue and Mincore move into line. Miss Call comes forward along with Princess Woji. Authentic Angel, now Frosty Mojito. NZ Holly. Golden Thread, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. NZ Holly and Golden Thread from the outside have early speed. Frosty Mojito and Trapped are right there. Mincore comes away running in the 5th position and is followed closely by Miss Call. And Miss Call is going to slide down toward the rail from the 6th position. Now taking 5th, now taking 4th within 2 lengths of the lead. Trapped has the lead against the rail by 3/4 of a length. NZ Holly is 2nd. Miss Call is 3rd to the inside. Golden Thread is 4th. Going to be wide to the far turn, though. Frosty Mojito is 5th in between horses. Mincore backs away toward the outside in 6th. 5 lengths off the lead. Alta Avenue is 7th toward her inside. Then Traject, who's outward from the rail now in the 8th position. Authentic Angel is going to be a wide 9th. Princess Woji is between horses at the back of the pack and has Nonstop Vino to her inside, 22.45 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Around the far turn they go. It is Trapped to the inside. NZ Holly to the outside. They're separated by a neck, contesting the lead. Golden Thread goes 3rd up toward the far outside as they turn for home. Miss Call is still in behind horses. Now changing lanes, looking to move toward the outside. Mincore is way out on the grandstand side outside of Golden Thread as they come for the 8th pole. NZ Holly is being challenged by Miss Call, who's got clear running now. Miss Call's right alongside, pokes ahead in front. NZ Holly is now 2nd. The rest are still far back. Late run Frosty Mojito tried to take 3rd, but the leader, Miss Call, has passed the 16th pole for Brian Hernandez Jr. Miss Call is the winner. Miss Call to take it. NZ Holly across the line in 2nd, Frosty Mojito 3rd, and then Alta Avenue had to come to the far outside and came down the center of the track for 4th.
Well, Miss Call on the drop down in class here today takes to the off track the daughter of Silver State for M5 Racing and others, and Kenny McPeak getting on the board early in this spring meet. Clocker pick as well, and the price got better. How about 5-2 on Miss Call for a filly that was favored leading up to race number 2 for a vast majority of the time, and she airs it out. 5:11.63 in the second here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 5, Miss Call, finished first. Number 11, NZ Holly, was second. Number 6, Frosty Mojito, third. Number 3, Alta Avenue, fourth. 5:11.63 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, number 5, Miss Call, owned by the M5 Racing Stable of Craig Mackin, owned also by Steve Dervenis and Magdalena Racing, Sherry McPeak, and others, trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Miss Call is a 3-year-old daughter of Silver State out of Lady Laura by Quality Road, the winner bred in Kentucky by Amy Bale, Elise Roberts, Catherine Jennings, and Robin Theobald. 7 furlongs over the main track, listed sloppy, 1 minute 24.43 seconds. Second race results official. 5:11.63 the official results. Joining us in the winner's circle today are representatives from Transylvania University and the University of Kentucky. They are proud to announce 2 new academic pathways that will provide Transylvania students seamless opportunities to continue their education at UK. Transylvania is the first academic partner in UK's Advancing Kentucky Together network, an initiative that is working to improve well-being, expand opportunities, and strengthen communities in all 120 Kentucky counties. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. This third race on the turf, which is listed good. Rail at 20 feet. Turf listed good. Rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 4. What you talking about?
Horses in the paddock for race number 3, and we're less than 17 minutes away from a second level non-mortars or 2 other than allowance race on the turf course, going 5.5 furlongs on the good listed going. First look at the turf course this spring meet here at Keeneland, and it's brought together a good group of colt and gelding sprinters. This is a wide open bunch, and the tote board's suggesting that, with the 8 being at 5-2. I go to the 9 horse, that is Donut God. This is a son of Into Mischief, a Keeneland September sale graduate from all the way back in 2023, that as a 2-year-old was extremely fast. He won on debut at Churchill Downs. He won the inaugural stakes in his second career start, then second in the Jersey Shore, and then the last time that we saw him just didn't fire in the deeper competition of the Grade 2 Gallant Bob at Parks in September of last season. But he's been gelded since his last race, which was over 6 months ago. They're going to try him on the grass for the first time. We see the sons and daughters of Into Mischief handle just about any surface thrown at them. And Brian Lynch has worked this horse on the turf course down at Palm Meadows in Florida. And I had an opportunity to speak to Hunter Rankin of Flying Dutchman, the owners of this son of Into Mischief, Donut God. They said, you know, he's a very fast horse. He seemed to like the turf as far as the workouts were concerned down at Palm Meadows, so they're going to take their shot with a fresh horse coming in here. If he's as quick as he was in his first couple of races, he'll have a say in it at odds of 7-2 currently on the board. Then going to look for a couple of prices outside of the number 9 horse, the 7 horse, A Moody Bay for Lindsey Schultz. This is a son of Jimmy Creed, who's run twice on the turf course in his most recent 2 starts, and both on turf courses down at Fairgrounds that were on the yielding and good side. So he's got a good turf course to work with here today, so the ground shouldn't be a question for him. And even with those softer conditions, if you want to call it moisture conditions on the turf course, he was extremely quick in both of those races. So deserves respect at 8-1, as he's my second selection in race number 3. And then finally, the number 5 horse, Surf City, for trainer Vicky Oliver. He is just 2 for 21, but he's made over $200,000. Not bad for a $40,000 Keeneland September sale graduate for BBN Racing. He's done a lot of good for them. The reason I go to this horse is that I think he's going to be outrun early and he's going to come late, and that has been his game when he's at his best. They put him on forward in his last couple of races, but perhaps getting back to that drop back to last, or not too far off of it as far as being back at the back of the pack. I think that he's got an opportunity to pick up some pieces and take a piece of it, at the very least, at odds of 12-1. Good group coming up. First turf race of this spring meet. Looking forward to it in less than 15 minutes.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race, the Denali, an allowance for 4-year-olds and up. 5.5 furlongs over the turf listed good. The rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 4. What you talking about? Post time at 5 minutes.
Trainer Ian Wilkes has the 3-horse Camp Hale coming into this race off of back-to-back victories. Now you move over to the grass course. Why make that transition here this afternoon?
Well, my plan last year, I was going to go to the grass until we had a setback, and I was going to run him in Saratoga and plan for Kentucky Downs. But I worked him on the grass down at Palm Meadows, and I'm very pleased the way he's worked.
How about the moisture that we've got in this turf course with the rain that we received this morning and overnight?
Yeah, I hope it's not too soft. I don't think so, because it drains very well, so you don't want to be too soft for coming off a long layoff.
Good luck, Ian.
Thanks, mate.
We're now taking a look at the 8-horse Spiced Up and the Juddmonte Green and Pink Silks out of the Beaumont barn. Colt by Quality Road, good looking stout son of Quality Road, who adds blinkers here this afternoon, and he was feeling good down in the paddock. He is a well put together sprinty type looking horse, and he's looking to bounce back after a couple of dull efforts, most recently at Gulfstream Park, where he just could not get involved. But they're adding the blinkers to him here this afternoon. He's a Grade 3 winner, won the Mahoney Stakes at Saratoga last summer, so he looks phenomenal. He's 3-1 on the board right now. In fact, that is short enough to make him the favorite as we approach post time. But a wide open group getting set to sprint on the turf course at 5.5 furlongs. This is race number 3 at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, the Denali. Moving into line, race 3. Spiced Up comes forward, and now Camp Hale. Surf City with Donut God, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes a Moody Bay. A Moody Bay right out for the early lead. Surf City was off the steps slowly and quickly drops out to the back of the pack, but a Moody Bay has the lead. Our Starry Night is up the rail to press the issue, and then Donut God is third up on the far outside, just over 2 lengths off the lead as they head on to the far turn. Is followed by Hoagie the Player to the inside of Spiced Up. Now Spiced Up is outward from the rail. Center of the pack moves up into fourth, 4 lengths off the lead. Voltage in some traffic, had to check there heading onto the far turn. That allowed Camp Hale to move by on the outside, but still 7 lengths off the lead, and Surf City is last as they round the far turn. A Moody Bay is the leader. A Moody Bay leads it by 2.5, 3 lengths to the top of the stretch. Donut God to the outside of Our Starry Night, and then Spiced Up fourth between that pair, and now swinging toward the outside, but still 6 lengths from the lead. Final furlong, a Moody Bay chased by Our Starry Night. Spiced Up is there on the outside. Camp Hale on the grandstand side. If they move to the final 16th, a Moody Bay has the lead by 2. Spiced Up is still trying. Late run Voltage to the inside. Our Starry Night still there behind the leader at the wire. A Moody Bay to win it. A Moody Bay for James Graham.
Moody Bay, the number 7 horse at odds of 6-1, able to get himself to the front end and slow things down in that second quarter. That was important to hold off the closers in this race. If you look at these internal fractions, well done to James Graham, Lindsay Schultz and her team, and of course owners 10 Strike Racing as a Moody Bay picks up his first win on this Keeneland turf course and his second win in his last 3 starts.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: 7 Moody Bay first, 8 Spiced Up second, 3 Camp Hale third, 1 Boltage fourth, 7-8-3-1 unofficial. Third race results official. 7-8-3-1 the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's third race, the Denali, into the winner's circle, the 7 Moody Bay, owned by 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham, trained by Lindsay Schultz. James Graham, the jockey, Moody Bay, a 4-year-old gelded son of Jimmy Creed out of Santorini Moon by Malibu Moon. Winner bred in Kentucky by Marshall Graham and Clay Sanders. 5.5 furlongs over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 4.82 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Denali Trophy presentation to the connections of Moody Bay. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, the main track listed sloppy. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 4, Christie's Spirit. Scratch the 7, Bodacious Bay. And also scratch the also eligibles 13 through 16.
We move along in this opening day card to race number 4, 16 minutes to post. Horses currently being saddled in the paddock down here at Keeneland, and we're looking at Lady Diversity, the number 8 horse. She opened up as the favorite. She still is by a slight margin at 5-2 on the board. This is a first-time starter for trainer Cherie DeVoe, who is a filly by Outwork that was purchased last year as a 2-year-old for $185,000. Comes from a successful female family. This filly's first dam, Tipperary Moon, has produced 6 stakes winners, including six winners, I should say, including a stakes winner. And by all accounts, working well. Sharp workout out of the gate. A few works back in 47 flat, recent 47 and 3 work, not out of the starting gate. So Lady Diversity getting the attention, a horse that I like on top at odds of 5-2 here in race number 4. The number 11 horse is where I land next. That is Movie Night. Right now sitting at 7-1. This is a firster for Windstar Farm, a Windstar Farm homebred. Daughter of Speightstown, half-sister to the Millionaire Stakes winner in Stellify. So a big female family here as well. And the first dam, Savvy Star, the daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, she's produced 2 winners from a pair of starters so far in her broodmare career. So Johnny Velasquez in the saddle. Debuts here today for Will Walden. The 11-horse Movie Night, watch out for her at 7-1. And then finally, the number 9 horse, Phantom Blue, for Resolute Racing and Brendan Walsh, a filly that was $1 million purchase back in 2024. She's had fast workouts down at Palm Meadows, most recently on the 19th of March. She did work since arriving here at Keeneland, and Brendan Walsh coming off of a phenomenal meet as far as what racing was at Keeneland last. We saw it back in the fall. So obviously a barn that you're going to have to keep an eye on, and Phantom Blue 3-1 as the second choice, daughter of Ghost Sapper out of the Arch First Dam, Seeking the Blue, who has produced 3 winners from 3 starters in the past. Competitive group of maiden special weight fillies getting set to run in less than 14 minutes. This is race number 4 on opening day here at Keeneland. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Wild Air. Maiden special weight, 3-year-old filly, 6.5 furlongs over the main track listed Sloppy. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 4, Christie Spirit. Scratch the 7, Bodacious Bay. Also scratch 13 through 16, the also eligibles. Post time in 5 minutes.
Well, trainer Cherie DeVoe sends out Lady Diversity. First-time starter, the 8. She's getting plenty of attention. What are your expectations with the way that she's trained for you coming into this debut, Cherie?
She's trained really well. We have an off track, so that's always a question, and it is her first race, but she seems pretty precocious and should handle it.
What have you liked about her training?
She's got a lot of speed out of the gate. She when she broke from the gate, she showed a lot of speed, so hopefully she can get herself in a good position. The one thing with it being a muddy track is she's going to get some kickback, so we'll have to see how she handles that.
Good luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
Long shot play on the opening day card comes in race 4. It's the 12-horse Where Luck Lives for trainer Brian Lynch, who had a fantastic meet down at Gulfstream this winter. There are several categories at play here where the Lynch barn has some really strong winning percentages. So that's a positive for a horse that's double-digit on the morning lines. I like Rosario riding. 5 works since the last start. Could have Where Luck Lives ready to fire at hopefully a little bit of a price.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Wild Air. moving into line, race 4. Lakin comes forward. Now, movie night, and here's Hypnotica. Only Me moves into line. Now, Grant's Gretchen. Where Luck Lives will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. Lakin moving back into line now for Gutierrez, just about set for the start. Locked up, ready to go. They're off. Where Luck Lives broke alertly from the far outside, comes right out running for the lead. Lakin there to the inside, and Lady Diversity now taking second between horses Phantom Blue, a close-up third. Toward the far outside, Ships In, wider still toward the center of the track in the fourth position. Lakin is fifth down toward the inside as they head for the far turn. Hypnotica sixth in between horses. Grant's Gretchen seventh, going to be 3 wide to the turn. Movie Night is eighth and running 8 lengths off the lead. Only Me is in ninth position, and Little Braveheart is last of the 10. Where Lux Lives and Phantom Blue on the outside, 22.14 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Phantom Blue tries to draw alongside of Where Luck Lives. Now, Where Luck Lives is against the rail, leads it by just a neck. Phantom Blue inching forward toward the outside. Lady Diversity behind that pair against the rail, looks for some running room. She's still in third position, though. Ships In is fourth. Movie Night has improved 3 positions to fifth, now takes fourth, still 5 lengths from the lead. Here's Phantom Blue right alongside of Where Luck Lives, and then Lady Diversity to the inside. Movie Night is running down the center of the track, but she's still third. Where Luck Lives fighting on so far, has turned back every challenge, leads it by 2. Movie Night, then Phantom Blue. Where Luck Lives, Joel Rosario to win it. Movie Night was home second, and then it was Phantom Blue in third. Only Me came from the back of the pack to be fourth.
It's the number 12 horse, Where Luck Lives, for Flying Dutchman, Brian Lynch, and Joel Rosario. And you have to be quick to make the lead and get to the rail in a big field like this filly did. Daughter of Nyquist, half-sister to the Grade 1 winner, Baba. Tom's long shot play of the day on today at Keeland. It all comes together with Where Luck Lives. Second time out, getting the victory at 4-1.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race: 12, Where Luck Lives, finished first. The 11, Movie Night, was second. Number 9, Phantom Blue, was third. The 5, Only Me, fourth. 12, 11, 9, 5, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the Wild Air, number 12, Where Luck Lives, the official winner. Owned by Flying Dutchman of Travis Boersma, trained by Brian Lynch, Joel Rosario, the jockey. Where Luck Lives, a 3-year-old filly by Nyquist out of Holiday Soiree by Harlan's Holiday, bred in Kentucky by Rockridge Thoroughbreds, LLC. 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 17.18 seconds over the main track listed sloppy. And again, the results official, 12, 11, 9, 5. The official results. In the winner's circle, the Wild Air Trophy presentation to the connections of Where Luck Lives. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6. Main track is listed sloppy, turf listed good, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Race 5, the Lafayette Stakes, overweight, the 5-star sweeper, the jockey 1 pound over.
Race number 5 on this opening day card is the Lafayette Stakes, our first of 4 stakes races on this opening day card. This is restricted to straight 3-year-olds. They'll be going 7 furlongs on the main track, which remains sloppy, and running for a $400,000 purse. Also, a note, this race does start the $1 pick 6 on opening day, with all of the stakes races part of that sequence. As we get into it, Knock It Off, the number 2 horse, currently sitting at 5-2. This is a Vacoma colt for Kirk and Judy Robinson. It was purchased here at the Keeneland September sale back in 2024 for $150,000, and he's done nothing wrong since he's started racing. He's gone 2 for 2, both of those wins coming down at Fairgrounds. He was a winner on debut at odds of 8-1, then he was 5 cents on the dollar in his second start and was able to deliver, and even more impressively as far as a margin of victory, by 2 3/4 lengths. So he has just towered over his competition in his first 2 starts, and this is clearly a step up in competition here this afternoon. But the Indiana-bred son of Vacoma and Keeneland grad, he's my top play, 5-2. Knock It Off has impressed me every step of the way in the short span of time that we've seen him down in New Orleans, Louisiana. Now, Trouble Calling, the number 4 horse, Knock It Off beat him a couple of races back. That was at Fairgrounds in a January 17th maiden win. And Trouble Calling, it took him a while to finally break through, but boy, did he ever. He earned a 91 Beyer speed figure for breaking his maiden last time out. And at odds of 9-1, I'm hopeful that the light bulb has gone on and the experience is going to go a long way that this son of Dialed In has. He comes from a very nice female family out of the mare Into Trouble, who has thrown a pair of stakes winners, including Troubleshooting, a graded stakes winner here at Keeneland as well on the turf. So watch out for Trouble Calling. Even though it took him a while, he was ultra impressive to break his maiden in his most recent start. And then finally, the number 3 horse, Arctic Beast. This is a New York-bred son of Yopon for trainer Mike Maker, and Ricardo Santana Jr. is going to get the opportunity to ride. We've seen him win on and off track. That was when he won the Aspirant Stakes in start 2 of his career, albeit up at Finger Lakes. But all of his races against New York-bred company, he's just been too much for them to handle. He ran in the Springboard Mile. They stretched him out to that mile distance on closing day over at Remington Park in Oklahoma City, and he finished second to Express Kid, who would come out of there and nearly win the Sunland Derby. So he has faced stiff competition when moving outside of the New York-bred ranks, and so he is the current favorite right now, Arctic Beast, sitting at 2-1. Wonderful start to the stakes calendar here for the spring meet at Keeneland. It's the Lafayette Stakes up next on opening day. Well, it's a pleasure to be joined by Kinnan LaRose, a face that we're very familiar with through the years, as he was the assistant to Tom Amos, who was just recently announced that you would be taking over his operation. First of all, Kinnan, how have things gone in this transition for you?
Yeah, no, things have been good. You know, it's been running smooth, and you know, Tom and the owners have been very graceful in this process, and you know, they're supporting me a lot, and I'm just very thankful for them.
You had your first starters down at Oakland yesterday. This will be your first starter here at Keeneland, and it comes in the stakes, Lafayette Stakes. What are your expectations with Oscar's Hope and the way that he's trained for you since his win down at Oakland?
Yeah, no, he's done well for us since his race at Oakland. He's trained good. You know, we're just expecting him to show up, show some effort, and just keep improving.
Where are your nerves at?
Yeah, a little high, but you know, that's a good position to be in, Scott.
Good luck, Kinnan.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, 78th running of the Lafayette Stakes, a listed stakes for 3-year-olds, 7 furlongs. Over the main track listed sloppy, turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the pick 6. Overweight, the 5-star sweeper, the jockey 1 pound over. Parading to the post, number 1 is Comport, owned by Joe Sutton, trained by Eddie Keneally, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. 2, Knock It Off, owned by Kirk and Judy Robinson, trained by Steve Asmus and the jockey Jose Ortiz. 3, Arctic Beast, owned by Paradise Farms Corporation of Peter Proscia, JP Racing Stable of Ralph Bencule, owned also by David Stodiker, by Zilla Racing Stables of Mike Piazza, owned also by Jennifer Rice, trainer Mike Maker, jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 4, Trouble Calling, owned by the Donnemeyer Farm of Myra Ball, trained by Greg Foley, the jockey Luis Saez. 5, Star Sweeper, owned by the Brand Jam Stable of Michael Mellon, owned also by David W. Clark, trained by Lou Linder Jr., the jockey Jamie Torres. 6, Carson Street, owned by Dawn and Ike Thrash, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Flavian Pratt. And 7, Oscar's Hope, owned by Michael McLaughlin, trained by Kenan LaRose, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Four minutes away from the Lafayette Stakes for the 3-year-olds going 7 furlongs. We're looking at the Son of Collected. This is Comport for Mr. Joseph Sutton, Eddie Keneally, Keeneland September sale grad from 2024 as well. Chestnut colt that started off his career sprinting at the age of 2. He was stakes placed in the Bashford Manor at Churchill Downs at the end of June. Followed that up with a 7/8 victory in the Juvenile Stakes at Ellis, and then they started to stretch him out. He won a 1-turn mile in the Grade 3 Iroquois Stakes before running a well-beaten effort in the Breeders' Cup Juvenile. But you've got to be aware of these horses cutting back in distance, and if you look at his 1-turn races, clearly better than what we saw from him in the Breeders' Cup. Now, whether it was the distance or just the level of competition, it's tough to say. I would say that it was more the competition than the distance, but dropping back in trip is a big positive for Comport with Tyler Gaffalione in the saddle. And then Carson Street, yet another one cutting back in distance. This is a Brendan Walsh colt, Street Sense colt, that was on the road to the Louisiana Derby in his last couple of starts, the LeCompte, the Risen Star Stakes, but they drop him back in trip to 7 furlongs, and this will be the shortest distance that he's seen on a main track. Blinkers being added, son of Street Sense. As far as the pedigree is concerned, and you look at his form, off track shouldn't be an issue. He galloped over a sloppy track in December, breaking his maiden by 11 lengths. So the off track should not be an issue for him as the conditions remain sloppy. Good luck in the upcoming Lafayette Stakes here on opening day.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race, 78th running of the Lafayette Stakes. Start of the pick six. moving into line race 5. Comport moves into line. Here's Knock It Off. Arctic Beast. Trouble Calling, 3 more to load. Star Sweeper. Last 2 coming forward. Carson Street. Oscar's Hope, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Lafayette Stakes. There goes Carson Street, there goes Knock It Off. Knock It Off and Carson Street come to the front of the opening strides. Arctic Beast is away, running in between horses, a close-up third as they head up the back stretch. Oscar's Hope is there to his outside, now takes third by just ahead. And then Comport back toward the inside, travels along in 5th at the midpoint of the back stretch. Trouble Calling is in 6th, and Star Sweeper last of the 7. It is Carson Street, the leader. Carson Street against the rail, 21.91 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Leads it by 2 lengths to the far turn. Knock It Off outward from the rail is second by a half length. Comport looks for more running room down towards the inside third. Oscar's Hope in the clear, but 3 wide. In 4th around the far turn, 4 lengths off the lead. Then a gap of 3.5 more back to Arctic Beast, who's losing ground on the turn. Star Sweeper next to last, and Trouble Calling tries to move up wide, 2 spots from last, but 7 lengths off the lead. Carson Street is the leader, has it by 2. Oscar's Hope to the far outside. Knock It Off between horses. Comport down toward the inside. Trouble Calling keeps moving, center of the track, swings wide. Still 5 lengths from the front, though. Has to catch Carson Street, and now here comes Oscar's Hope between horses. Trouble Calling far outside. Trouble Calling down the center of the track. Now Oscar's Hope gets ahead in front briefly. Carson Street backs up to third. 16th pole. Trouble Calling. Oscar's Hope to the inside. Trouble Calling from the outside. Heads bobbing. Trouble Calling wins the Lafayette for Luis Saez.
Oh, he woke up big time with his performance last time out, and that comes into full effect here today. And the experience, the battle-testedness of this son of Dialed In coming into full play here in the Lafayette Stakes. Trouble Calling in a duel with the 7-horse Oscar's Hope. But it does appear that Trouble Calling, the son of Dialed In for Donnemeyer Farm, gives the first dam Into Trouble a 3rd stakes winner by a narrow margin in the Lafayette Stakes.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 5th race. Number 4, Trouble Calling in the photo finish first. Number 7, Oscar's Hope was second. Number 6, Carson Street was third. And number 3, Arctic Beast was fourth. 4-7-6-3 unofficial. Fifth race results official. 4763, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's fifth race, 78th running of the Lafayette Stakes, for Trouble Calling. The winner owned by the Donnemeyer Farm of Myra Ball, trained by Greg Foley, jockey Luis Saez. Trouble Calling, 3-year-old son of Dialed In out of Into Trouble by Into Mischief, bred in Kentucky by the Donnemeyer Farm. 7 furlongs over the main track, listed sloppy, 1 minute 24.03 seconds. Early pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Trophy presentation up next. And now the trophy presentation for the Lafayette. Keeneland board member and former president Bill Thomason presents to the connections of Trouble Calling.
Trouble calling, digging in to take the Lafayette Stakes for Donnemeyer Farm, Greg Foley and Luis Saez. And Luis, you've got a lot of dirt on you. How was the journey early on, and what were your thoughts as things were developing out in front of you?
Yeah, we was a little worried. You know, he's a horse that he always had a lot of speed. We thought we were going to be right there pretty close, but the track was not playing the best for him. It was kind of a little deep, so he took a little while to get going, but when he see the clear and the 3-8, he started get going, and he finished pretty strong.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
Greg, the progression of this horse, he had a lot of races to finally break his maiden. He breaks through, and then this kind of performance. Can you describe the progression of a colt like this and what you've seen from him through his races?
Well, he's always been nice from day one, training and that. We've always liked him first time we ran him. It took him 2 or 3 races. He's a little slow about figuring out things. He's still, Louis said he's, still a little green. He's wanted to lay on the horse coming down the lane, he said today. But this is a really nice colt. You stopped me out there earlier, and I couldn't believe the prey was 7. He wound up going off a little shorter than that, I guess. But this is a really good horse.
And a really good family. That mare Into Trouble, what has she meant to you and Donnemeyer Farm?
Oh, Donnemeyer, I wished I owned her. She's 3 for 3 with the Grade 1 winner, and now another stakes winner. She's 3 for 3 stake horses, 1 Grade 1 winner, and hopefully this horse will get one. This is a good colt.
Congratulations, Greg.
Thank you, God. Thank you.
Trouble calling, ultra impressive today, digging in to take the Lafayette Stakes.
Keeneland 6th race upcoming. Please note the condition of the main track is now muddy. The main track is muddy. The turf listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5 is start of the Keeneland turf pick 3. Scratch number 5, House United. That's in the upcoming 6th race. Scratch number 5, House United. Also scratch the 14, States' Rights, the 15, Noble Confessor, and the 16, Rocky Joy. A reminder, 13, Side Street draws into the race.
Big wagering opportunities ahead coming up with race number 6, as this one does start the 50-cent late pick 5. It also begins the popular $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Races 6, 8, and 10 in the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. We begin that $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 and the late pick 5 with an A other than allowance race, a mile and an eighth on the good listed turf course, and a big field, wide open event with the one sitting at 9-5 for trainer Graham Motion. But I go to the outside runner, one of the outside runners, I should say, Samood, who is 4-1 right now for Shadwell Farm and trainer Brendan Walsh. He's a 5-year-old gelding who's only run 5 times. He's had a very light campaign for what the standards would be for a 5-year-old as far as a racehorse is concerned. It took him a bit to finally break through and break his maiden. He came close in several maiden special weight events between the turf here at Keeneland, and most of his racing has come on the synthetic turfway, but finally breaking through in his most recent start with the addition of blinkers. Second-time blinkers on this well-bred son of Kitten's Joy, Lahu Dude. His mother, a Grade 1 winner, Grade 1 Breeders' Cup filly and mare turf winner. So I'll go to Samood and hope that the blinkers have been the key and hope to get a good price of 4-1 as it stands right now in the wagering. Then I go to the rail horse that is without for the Wertheimers and trainer Graham Motion, a Wertheimer homebred gelding by Lope de Vega, who started off his career in France, a Irish-bred son of Lope de Vega, was a debut winner on the synthetic, and his races here in the United States have been solid. He did run with Lasix in his first start in the U.S. at Gulfstream Park, going a mile and 3/8, finished second that day, and then without Lasix, as is the case in graded stakes races, running in the Grade 2 Mac Diarmida. So back on Lasix, we'll see how he handles the distance. That'll be the question mark for him, as often it's not often you're talking about horses cutting back to a mile and an eighth, but that's exactly what this gelding is doing here this afternoon with Johnny Velasquez in the saddle. But you got to respect him. That was a tough race that he comes out of, where he ended up finishing 7th, only beaten 3.5 lengths in Grade 2 company. And then finally, my third selection is Mount Oreb for trainer Brendan Walsh. I think he's better on grass. They ran him on the synthetic course during the winter months at Turfway Park. You look at his turf races between Keeneland, Gulfstream, Churchill Downs. They have been very good, and he comes from way out of it. How's he going to handle this good listed turf course would be the question. But at odds of 4-1, I think he's a serious player, just simply based on the fact that he gets back onto grass here this afternoon after being the beaten favorite in a mile and a quarter event. Good start to the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Fantastic start to the late pick 5. Good luck. Race 6 coming up in less than 11 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Clayburn Allowance for 4-year-olds and up, at 1 1/8 over the turf, listed good with the rail at 20 feet. The main track is now listed muddy. Double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5. The start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Scratch the 5, House United. Also scratch the 14, States Rights. Scratch the 15, Noble Confessor. And scratch the 16, Rocky Joy. A reminder, number 13 draws into the race. 13, Side Street draws in. Post time at 5 minutes.
Just a couple more observations to take into consideration when handicapping this 6th race. The 3-horse, the Dover Spectre, he's a huge price on the board. He's 57-1, second longest shot in the field, but he's a 5-year-old son of English Channel. I've mentioned this before. I'll continue to mention it so long I'm given the opportunity, but he's by the late English Channel, whose progeny just seemed to get better with age. He's a 5-year-old. He's only 1 for 11, but Kelsey Danner and NBS Stable opting to keep him in these allowance conditions over the last couple of starts since he was able to break his maiden back at the end of March of last year. It's been over a year since he's won a race, his only race. But with age back on turf, don't ever count out the English Channels, and he comes from a productive family as well. He's a half-brother to a graded stakes winner right here at Keeneland by the name of Spooky Channel. Full brother, the Dover Spectre. So the form's not great, but the family is, and English Channels are better with age. We move on to the number 4-horse, Bite and Strike. He is 9-1 right now, son of Liam's Map, and the Liam's Maps have been holding their own on these turf races. He comes out of a race at Gulfstream Park. It's a little bit more cushion, more give in the ground here this afternoon with it being listed after running on one of the quickest turf courses in the world down in Hallandale Beach, Florida. So he's getting respect on the board at 9-1. That's what drew my attention to the number 4-horse here in race number 6. 2 minutes to post, late pick 5 bull, well over $500,000. And also don't forget about the start of the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, which is made up of races 6, 8, and 10.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Clayburn Allowance. Start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line race 6. Bite and Strike moves into line. There goes Start Mo up. Here is Domingo. Protective coming forward. A Bourbon for Toby. Side Street, the last one, walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Fort Thomas from the inside with the Dover Spectre, and without down toward the rail. Here comes Domingo from between horses as they head under the line for the first time. Protective is there toward the far outside, and Start Mo Up is now kicking in. Protective and Start Mo Up start to move forward as a team under the line the first time. Domingo slides toward the rail in the 3rd position. And then Side Street forwardly placed 4th up on the outside. Bite and Strike is against the rail to save some ground around that first turn. In 5th by 3/4 of a length. Samud to the outside is in 6th. Dover Spectre will go 7th. Tis Freedom is 8th. The Bourbon for Toby is 9th. Mount Horeb is in 10th. Without is now shuffled back into the 11th position as they enter the backstretch. And Fort Thomas now alongside of that one at the back. Opening quarter, 23.33 seconds. Up the backstretch they go. And Start Mo Up is the leader. Start Mo Up, long shot leader here at the midpoint of the backstretch, leads at a half length. Protective starts to inch forward toward the outside, a closer second. Then a gap of 3.5 more lengths, 4 more lengths now back to Domingo, who is 3rd against the rail, 3rd by just a half length. Side Street 4th on the outside of that one as they go to the far turn. Bite and Strike swings to the outside now for clear running around the turn, but is still 6 lengths off the lead. The Dover Spectre next to the inside, 48.62 seconds was the time for the first half mile. Without is next to last around the turn against the rail, nearly 10 lengths off the lead, and they're bunching for the lead as Side Street moves up to the outside of Domingo, who's between horses. Domingo puts ahead in front. Side Street goes 2nd. Protective is in 3rd position now. Fort Thomas is next on the outside, and Samud is between horses. Fort Thomas, Samud coming after Domingo. Domingo has the lead. Samud is there in the center of the course. Samud coming forward, needs to find more. A Bourbon for Toby goes to 4th. Without is still in 5th, but running late. Samud a short lead. Fort Thomas and still fighting on Domingo. A late run from a Bourbon for Toby at the wire. Head bobbing photo for the win.
Oh, the tightest finish that we've seen on this opening day card as they bunched up, like Kurt mentioned in his race call, and a lot of horses had opportunity and run big races as the field turned over and the closers start to come. Right about here is when Samud is able to make the lead in the blue silks of Shadwell, but to his outside is a Bourbon for Toby, who is surging for the wire and may have got the best of the Bobs and may have clearly been in front as well, but close between the 7 and 9 here in race number 6. It's either 11-1 or 4-1 once the placing judges sort out the photo.
Result of the photo posted on the infield board for Keeneland's 6th race. In the 6th event, number 7, a Bourbon for Toby, finished first. Number 9, Samud, was second. And a dead heat for show, the 2, Fort Thomas, and the 6, Domingo. Dead heat for show. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Clayburn Allowance, number 7, a Bourbon for Toby. Owned by Titletown Racing Stables of Paul Farr, trained by Thomas Morley, Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. A Bourbon for Toby, a 4-year-old son of Bernardini, out of Kitten's Girl by Kitten's Joy, bred in Kentucky by Titletown Racing Stables of Paul Farr. 9 furlongs over the turf listed good, 1 minute 51.43 seconds. Race 6 results official. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the Clayburn Allowance to the connections of a bourbon for Toby. Keeneland 7th race upcoming, the 41st running of the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Grade 2. The main track is listed muddy, the turf listed good. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. No superfecta, however, on the 7th race because of the scratches of number 2, Just Bluffing, and also the 5, Baraka. Again, scratch the 2, Just Bluffing, and scratch the 5, Baraka. No superfecta on race 7.
We move into the graded stakes portion of the opening day card and start the late pick 4 with the grade 2 Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Stakes for 3-year-old fillies going 7 furlongs. No superfecta wagering available in this race, with it being a field of 5 and an overwhelming favorite right now and sneaky good to no one's surprise for today's Beaumont Stakes. I go to a bit of a price, better price than 3 to 5 at the very least. The number 7 horse, A Fine Chardonnay. This is a filly for trainer Ian Wilkes that was very precocious as a 2-year-old, was a debut winner coming from off the pace at Churchill Downs, and she backed that up with a win in the Myrtlewood Stakes on closing weekend here at Keeneland Racecourse back in the fall, with the same sort of style that we saw from her closing from way off the pace. Now, she's been off the pace in her last 2 starts. She's not had that same sort of kick that we saw from her in her first couple of victories when winning the Myrtlewood and breaking her maiden at Churchill on debut. But I'm willing to take a shot that second off the layoff for this filly after taking a good chunk of the winter off from November to March, and now coming back in less than a month from that Any Limit Stakes at Gulfstream Park. Hope that she has the punch that we've seen from her in the past as Brian Hernandez Jr. gets the opportunity to jump back aboard this talented daughter of McLean's Music for double 22 stables. The number 3 horse, Sneaky Good. It's hard to get around this filly, or at least leave her off your tickets with what she's done and cutting back in distance in the competition, the form that she's kept. She ran in the grade 3 Honeybee behind Explora, that top filly for trainer Bob Baffert, who is being pointed towards the Kentucky Oaks. That was in a 1 1/16 race down at Oaklawn Park. So the cutback in distance for this filly, she's shown speed. She's come from off the pace, very adaptable, and she's got Flavian Pratt, one of the best in the game, in the saddle here this afternoon for L&J Foxwoods and NK Racing. So at 3 to 5, she's kept the best form. She's had good results, multiple graded stakes placed filly and stakes winning filly in the Sandpiper at Tampa Bay Downs. Again, no surprise that she is sitting at 3 to 5 in this field of 5. And then finally, the number 4 horse, King Solver, for trainer Rudy Brisset. We saw her take on A Fine Chardonnay in the Myrtlewood Stakes. That's the last time that we saw her back in October here at Keeneland Racecourse. Prior to that, she was stakes placed at Ellis. She was a stakes winner in the Schuylerville, breaking her maiden back on the 4th of July up at Saratoga. So she has ability. There's no question about it. We'll see how she handles the off-going here today, which the main track is listed as muddy for the Beaumont, the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Stakes. So King Solver, underneath horse at the very least, but she has won a stake in the past. So at 5 to 1, just a matter of willingness to gamble on a 3 to 5 shot, or wanted to try to find a little bit better price in today's grade 2 Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Stakes, which begins the late pick 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th race, 41st running of the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont, Grade 2 for fillies 3 years of age, 7 furlongs over the main track listed muddy. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Scratch the 2 Just Bluffing, also scratch the 5 Baraka. As a result of those scratches, no superfecta on race 7. Post time in 7 minutes. Now the post parade for the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont. Number 1, Coco Connect, owned by BSF Equine Athlete LLC of Sean Haley, trained by John Ennis, the jockey Edgar Morales. 2 is Scratch. 3, Sneaky Good, owned by Ellen J. Foxwoods of Jamie Roth, NK Racing of Nancy Favreau, trained by Brad Cox, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 4, King Solver, owned by the Storyteller Racing of Ted Nixon, Shrek Racing Michael Shrek, Open Gate Horse Ventures LLC of Butch Mosby, owned also by Brian Cahoe, Scott Catlett, Dave Russell, Matthew Ransdell, Michael Motley, and Joel Braun, trained by Rodolphe Brisset, the jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 5 is Scratch. 6 is Wrong Shoes, owned by Patrick Warsk, Ortiz Racing Stables LLC of John Ortiz, Ortiz Training Stables of Carlos Ortiz, trained by John Ortiz, the jockey Joel Rosario. And number 7, a Fine Chardonnay, owned by the Double 22 Stables LLC of Philip Griesinger, trained by Ian Wilkes, the jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Post time in 5 minutes. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, 41st running of the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Stakes, Grade 2. Moving into line race 7. Coco Connect moves into line. Sneaky Good comes forward. 3 more to load. King Solver, now Wrong Shoes, comes forward. A Fine Chardonnay, the last one, is walking up. Goes in, they're at the post. They're off in the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Stakes. There goes King Solver, quick into stride. King Solver goes right out to the early lead. Has company, though, because here comes Wrong Shoes to the outside. A Fine Chardonnay is away running to the far outside in third, now challenging for second. Sneaky Good is a lane off the rail or so, traveling in fourth. Leaves an opening to the inside for Coco Connect, who now moves up, takes over the fourth spot. 5 lengths front to back as they reach the midpoint of the backstretch and head for the far turn. Wrong Shoes has moved on by with a 3-length lead. Now, Coco Connect is second to the inside by a half length. King Solver broke well, but settles back into the third position at the entry to the far turn. Sneaky Good is fourth against the rail, 5 lengths off the lead, and is joined by a Fine Chardonnay at the back. 22.87 seconds was the time for that first quarter, and Wrong Shoes is the leader. Wrong Shoes leads it by 3 lengths around the far turn. Coco Connect is second, a length and a half. King Solver third. A Fine Chardonnay goes to the outside from fourth. Sneaky Good hugs the rail, moves up 1 spot from last, still 5 from the front. They turn for home. Sneaky Good trying to put in a bid toward the inside, and a Fine Chardonnay is there to the outside, and they're moving on either side of Wrong Shoes. Final 8th mile of the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont. Wrong Shoes challenged now by Sneaky Good to the inside. Close quarters between those two. A Fine Chardonnay tries to capitalize with clear running. A Fine Chardonnay to the front. A Fine Chardonnay. Brian Hernandez Jr. to win the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Stakes. Sneaky Good was across the line in second and Wrong Shoes third.
Well, I think this is a filly that we can all relate to. There's something about Keeneland that brings out the best in her. A Fine Chardonnay bouncing back here today. Now a 2-time stakes winner at Keeneland Racecourse and picking up a Grade 2 victory. And the key to this was being out in the clear as Sneaky Good trying to sneak up the rail. Great call from Kurt Becker as always, but she encountered a little traffic there, and not the case for a Fine Chardonnay who strikes in the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Stakes.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 7, A Fine Chardonnay, was first. Number 3, Sneaky Good, second. Number 6, Wrong Shoes, third. And number 1, Coco Connect, fourth. 7-3-6-1, unofficial. Seventh race results official, 7-3-6-1, the official results. Official winner of Keeneland's 7th race, 41st running of the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Graded Stakes. A Fine Chardonnay, number 7. Owned by the Double 22 Stables LLC of Philip Griesinger. Trained by Ian Wilkes. 2 wins today for jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. A Fine Chardonnay. 3-year-old filly by McLean's Music out of Andell. By Bernardini. Bred in Kentucky by the Alpha Delta Stables LLC. 7 furlongs over the main track listed muddy. 1 minute 23.85 seconds. Now the trophy presentation for the Middle Ground Capital Group Beaumont. Making the presentation, partners Scott Duncan and Chris Spite, and they present to the connections of a fine Chardonnay, winner of the 41st running of the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Stakes.
A fine Chardonnay, a 2-year-old stakes winner here at Keeneland, now a 3-year-old graded stakes winner after taking the Middle Ground Capital Beaumont Stakes Grade 2 event. And this was a heck of a performance here for you, Brian Hernandez. The way that she came flying off the turn, looked like you were leaning in on her as she was coming off the turn. How much momentum did she carry off that turn?
Yeah, that's just a testament to Ian and the guys at the barn, how they had her prepared for this race. I was more or less just a good passenger today. Just gave her a good, clean trip and let her showcase, like you said, showcase her turn of foot when she turned for home. It looked like at the 8th pole, Brad's filly was going to kind of get the better of us, but our filly, she really turned it on that last 16th of a mile and widened on her from there.
Well done.
Thank you, Scott.
Ian, getting her back here into the winner's circle at Keeneland Racecourse, what was the key after those performances that we saw from her since we last saw her here at Keeneland?
Yeah, you know, probably the race at Churchill was a little bit subpar for her, but then her first race back I thought was very good. I just wanted to knock the cobwebs off and have her ready for this race.
How impressed were you with the way that she came flying off the turn?
Good. I got a little worried halfway down the lane. I thought she was going to hang on me, but then she finished off the race. I was very proud.
Well done.
Thank you.
Let's go to Gabby.
Scott, thank you very much. And here with the Winning Connections and Phil Griesinger. Phil, it was last fall. You and I met. We were right here, same place, talking about your first stakes win as an owner. And obviously, a fine Chardonnay has been able to create such a story for you all. Can you kind of speak to the ride that she has taken you on?
It's just, again, unbelievable. And my son, Cole's my partner's here with us today. But she has just been something that has given us so much fun and joy. And I just can't imagine, she's been something special, and it's been a great ride. We hope it continues, but it's been a family affair, and the little girl can keep running. She's awesome.
And you represented the family last fall when you were here. You're finally here today. At least there's more family representation. What was it like to be here on site to watch this filly win again?
Oh, Keeneland's always special. So to win a race here, whether it's a claim or a stakes race, whatever, it's the Ritz-Carlton. So it's always good to do it. But, not to get emotional, do it with your dad. Super special.
Can you speak to that, just the ability to win together as a family?
It's just been something that we've done as a family forever. And Cole and I, we have just gathered ourselves, and it's just been a special, special run, and we just hope it continues to go.
Yeah, just to echo my dad, it's always special. You saw the winner's circle is packed with family and friends, so it's always a great time to do it with family and friends.
She's home in Kentucky. She loves this surface, and she's home and loves Keeland.
And we need some tissues in the winner's circle because I'm about to start crying as well. Congratulations, you guys. A fine Chardonnay, 2 for 2 here at Keeneland.
Keeneland's 8th race upcoming, 38th running of the graded UK Healthcare Transylvania Stakes. The turf is listed good, the rail at 20 feet. Double and the $3 late pick 3 getting underway here in race 8. No changes in this 8th event. Main track is muddy, turf listed good.
Race number 8, the Grade 3 UK Healthcare Transylvania Stakes for the straight 3-year-olds on the turf course at 1.16 miles. And this will be our first $3 late pick 3 of the meets. One of the new wagers introduced this meet for the spring here at Keeneland Racecourse. So get involved in the $3 late pick 3, which does include this Transylvania and then on into the Ashland and then closing things out with race number 10. Let's get into my top 3 selections. I'll go to the number 5 horse on top. That is Street Beast for Ben Colebrook. 7-1 right now. A bit surprising that his odds are that big for a horse that came into this race off of a dull effort, and I think an effort that had an excuse with him getting so acted up at the starting gate in the Battaglia Memorial. Did not run in the Jeff Ruby, instead pointed back towards the turf course by running in the UK Healthcare Transylvania here this afternoon. His turf races have been solid. He won two races at Kentucky Downs back in the summer and fall of last year, and including a $1 million juvenile mile event back on September 7th. But this is a horse, throw out his last race. He's better than that. And let's hope that he is calm going into the starting gate here on this afternoon with the big crowd that we have here on opening day at Keeneland Racecourse. I look for Street Beast to bounce back for midway racing. The number 2 horse is Vassy for trainer Brendan Walsh. My second selection, he's 5-2 as the current favorite. He is by Space Blues, a past Breeders' Cup mile winner by the sensational all-world stallion Dabawi Space Blues. So a wonderful pedigree here, and a horse that has really turned on the Jets in his last couple of starts by winning his last 2 starts. His first 3 efforts were all in sprint races, but since stretching out to 2-turn events, he has put together back-to-back winning efforts, including winning the Colonel Liam Stakes at the end of February. So he wasn't bad in his sprint races. He just simply wasn't effective, as effective as we saw from his 2 races at Gulfstream Park. So Vassy, my second choice, the current favorite at 5-2. And then finally, the number 10 horse, Honey Dutch for Whit Beckman. He's 12-1 on the board. This is a horse that pushed Vassy to the limit in his last race, and he's always right there in the end. He's only won once in his racing career. He's run 7 times, 1 win, but he's got 3 seconds and 2 third-place finishes. So outside of his debut effort where he was well beaten in a graded stakes race on dirt, all of his turf races, he digs down, he finds a little bit more, and I think that you've got to respect him based on the grit that he has shown in his career, especially in underneath propositions if you're playing exactas and trifectas and superfectas with this big field for today's Grade 3 UK Healthcare Transylvania Stakes coming up in less than 11 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, 38th running of the UK Healthcare Transylvania Grade 3 Stakes for 3-year-olds at a mile and a 16th over the turf. Listed good, the rail at 20 feet. No changes in race 8. Double wagering, and the $3 late pick 3 begins here as well. Main track is listed muddy. The turf listed good. Post time at 7 minutes. Now the post parade for the UK Healthcare Transylvania #1 Proton, owned by the Stone Farm of Arthur Hancock III, owned also by Linwood Miles Jr., Ken Wheeler Jr., Linwood Napier, and Deborah Easter, trained by Graham Motion, the jockey John Velasquez. #2 Vassy, owned by the JDT Racing LLC of Jim Tilton, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Flavian Pratt. 3 Noble Dynasty, owned by Bessie Lou Stables of Ben Leon Jr., trained by Bill Mott, the jockey Junior Alvarado. 4 Atfield, owned by West Paces Racing LLC of Larry Connolly, owned also by Rainbow's End Racing Stable LLC of Robert Scavetta, owned as well by Anthony Prisco, trained by Thomas Morley, the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 5 Street Beast, owned by Midway Racing LLC of Devant Latham, trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey Lawan Machado. 6 Time for America, owned by Tropical Racing of Troy Levy, trained by Michelle Nihei. The jockey is Joe Rocco Jr. 7 Remember Mamba, owned by the CRK Stable LLC of Lee Searing, trained by Cherie DeVoe, the jockey Jose Ortiz. 8 Zeppelin, owned by Ellen J. Foxwoods of Jamie Roth, trained by Rusty Arnold, jockey Irad Ortiz Jr. 9 Aces Honor, owned by Pocket Aces Racing LLC of Mark Wampler and Jared Shoemaker, trained by Ethan West, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. to ride. 10 is Honey Dutch, owned by Legion Racing of Travis Durr, by Ostrike Racing of Camille Gracie, trained by Whit Beckman, the jockey Tyler Gaffleone. And 11 Ganas, owned by the Shadwell Stable of Jonathan Smith, trained by Andrew McKeever, the jockey Edgar Morales. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Horses now warming up for the Grade 3 UK Healthcare Transylvania Stakes that I was drawn right back to the 2 horses I like, and there they are both on the screen. That's Street Beast in front, and then Vassy about ready to pass on the outside rail with his warm-up. Light colt, not the biggest colt, but I think that comes as a positive when you take a look at these European-type builds that we get with horses with European pedigrees, and he's obviously got one being by Space Blues, an Australian first dam. He's Irish-bred, but nonetheless, as far as the off-turf course today, listed as good, little moisture in it. I think that his build will be just fine. And we saw that he was able to handle the good turf course down at Gulfstream, tossing his head about, feeling good under Flavian Pratt. 3-1. Looks good out there for Brendan Walsh and JDT Racing. The number 7 horse, Remember Mamba for CRK Stable. Here's a colt that caught the eye of the clockers here at Keeneland Racecourse. This one trained by Cherie DeVoe. His recent workout was 48 flat, galloped out in a minute and change, and he worked heads up with Reagan's Honor, who's going to be one of the favorites for tomorrow's Grade 1 Toyota Bluegrass. So good information there on the 7 as he sits at 3-1. Undefeated colt by Kitten's Joy, a Keeneland September sale graduate, $270,000 for the Searing family. Good luck in the upcoming 8th race. And a reminder, this does start the $3 late pick 3, that new wager here for Keeneland Spring.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, 38th running of the UK Healthcare Transylvania Stakes, Grade 3. Start of the $3 late pick 3. Moving into line race 8. Here's Atfield coming forward along with Ace's Honor. Now Street Beast and Honey Dutch. Ganos will be the last one walking up. Goes in there at the post. And they're off in the UK Healthcare Transylvania Stakes. Here comes Street Beast. Street Beast right out running for the lead. Proton is there to the inside, though. These two coming forward. Street Beast now has the lead as they head for the first turn. Honey Dutch moves up between horses second. Proton is third. Ganos on the outside is fourth. Vassy, a lane off the rail, in fifth. Followed by Atfield, sixth back toward the inside. Remember Mamba is 2 wide around the first turn in the 7th position, running about 7 lengths off the lead. Ace's Honor was 3 wide and moves up into the 8th spot now. Followed by Zeppelin between horses in 9th. Time for America 10th. Noble Dynasty last of the 11th. Off the first turn and up the backstretch they go in the UK Healthcare Transylvania. Street Beast the leader. Street Beast leads it by 2 lengths. Midpoint of the backstretch. Honey Dutch is second by 2. Ganos is third up on the outside ahead. Proton is fourth back toward the inside by just 1 length. Atfield goes 5th by a neck. And then Vassy 6th up on the outside. Still 5 lengths off the lead. Remember Mamba is running some 7 lengths from the front. Center of the pack onto the far turn. And then Ace's Honor comes next. Time for America. Zeppelin next to last, and Noble Dynasty continues to trail onto the turn with Street Beast the leader, and Honey Dutch still giving chase. A length separates the top 2. Ganos has to go wide, but moves up a closer third. 2.5 lengths off the lead. Proton is struggling to keep up, has lost some ground in 4th. Vassy is still 5th between horses, still 6 from the front. Remember Mamba still has nearly 10 lengths to make up. They turn for home. Honey Dutch draws alongside of Street Beast. Street Beast inside. Honey Dutch there to the outside as they move into the final furlong.
long. Now here comes Vassy. Proton tries to get back in it, still fourth. Vassy still third. Remember Mamba's way back in fifth. Up front, Honey Dutch pokes ahead in front. Remember Mamba's running late. Remember Mamba coming, but the wire's coming as well. At the wire, oh yes! Remember Mamba does get there for Jose Ortiz in the UK Healthcare Transylvania.
Look for those purple and gold silks flying down the outside of the course. That is Remember Mamba for the CRK Stables. Was moving so quickly, even shifted ground a little bit to the outward path of the turf course. But then when guided back to the inside, Jose Ortiz got him refocused. And the son of Kitten's Joy remains perfect, 3 for 3 in his racing career. And in doing so, picks up the Grade 3 UK Healthcare Transylvania Stakes.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 7, Remember Mamba, first. Number 10, Honey Dutch, was second. Number 2, Vassy, third. Number 5, Street Beast, was fourth. 7-10-2-5, unofficial. Condition of the main track at Keeneland is now listed good. Please note, condition of the main track at Keeneland is now good as we head toward race 9. Eighth race results official. 7:10.25, the official results. A reminder at Keeneland, the main track is now listed good. Main track now listed good. Into the stakes winner circle for Keeneland's 8th race, 38th running of the UK Healthcare Transylvania Grade 3. Number 7, Remember Mamba. Owned by the CRK Stable, LLC of Lee Searing, trained by Cherie DeVoe. The jockey is Jose Ortiz. Remember Mamba, a 3-year-old son of Kitten's Joy out of Gizmo by Uncle Bo, bred in Kentucky by Burning Daylight Farms, Incorporated, and November Hill, Incorporated. Keeneland September graduate Remember Mamba. Now the trophy presentation for the UK Healthcare Transylvania Grade 3. Presenting to the connections of Remember Mamba, who gets the mile at a 16th in 1 minute 44.49 seconds, members of the Advancing Kentucky Together Network.
Remember Mamba, ultra impressive today in the UK Healthcare Transylvania Stakes at Keeneland Racecourse to stay perfect for CRK Stable, Cherie DeVoe and Jose Ortiz. 3 for 3. What was the key to this performance in stepping up into Graded Stakes Company and pulling it off in the way that he did?
Well, I think the key is the horse keep getting better and better, and a good trip. I was able to follow Flaviano every step of the way around there, and he did everything perfect. Just when I hit him left-handed, he kind of ducked out a little, but that was about it. But he only got 3 races. We're very happy with him. He keep getting better and better. Today he faced better company, so hopefully we think the farther he goes, the better it's gonna get. So hopefully he keep improving.
Congratulations, Jose.
Thank you.
Cherie, you were so meticulous, it seems, in approaching this horse, right? You start him off going long here at Keeneland, put him away, bring him back, and then get him ready for this race. Have you had that much confidence in him, knowing that, hey, he's a 2-turn horse, a turf horse, and obviously the results are in the approach?
Most definitely. It's hard when a 2-year-old turning 3 colt on the turf wins so impressively first in the fall. So we had this race targeted. He's a colt that acts like more distance, the better. So really the bigger races for him are in the summer.
Just looking for added ground for this guy.
Most definitely.
Congratulations, Cherie.
Thank you.
Let's go once again to Gabby Gaudet.
Scott, thank you so much, and so happy to be joined by Lee Searing. Lee, what were you thinking at the top of the stretch when this horse was kind of gathering himself up and ready to charge? Did you think he was going to get up in time?
Well, to be honest, I saw his first 2 races, but from Los Angeles, so I didn't have any idea, okay, we got our front running horse, or, what do we got? And when he didn't break that good, and top of the stretch, he wasn't there for a minute, and then all of a sudden, here he come, and like I just told you, I've been looking at the first finish line, not the second finish line. So, I thought we ran a really nice third.
Luckily, you still had more time, and he got up in the nick of time. I know you're a big Lakers fan. A lot of your horses, you pay homage to the team, and especially Kobe Bryant. Why do you do that? And, of course, remembering Mamba is absolutely one of them. Kobe's back, another one that I can remember as well. Can you just kind of speak to that?
Well, out of high school, I followed Kobe, and when he signed with the Lakers, and, we started going to every Laker game. We followed that for 10 years, saw his big game, saw his last game. Never really met him, but I've named 3 or 4 horses, with that connotation, Kobe in it. And, so this one looks like a really nice horse. And what a perfect name for the horse.
Absolutely. Congratulations.
Well, thank you very much.
Remembering Mamba continues his winning ways.
Keeland's 9th race upcoming. The main track is listed good. A reminder, race 9 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. 89th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1 starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 1, Nikon.
This is our Grade 1 feature on opening day, the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland for the 3-year-old fillies at 1 1/16, $750,000 purse. And Kentucky Oaks hopefuls, to say the least, here in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Always a key stepping stone, one of the major stepping stones towards the first Friday in May. Percy's Bar, the number 2 horse, is 7-2 for Ben Colebrook and Hat Creek Racing, a filly by Upstart, who has run so well throughout her career. She's had adversity thrown at her. She's been disqualified from that Grade 1, going back to the fall in the Darley Alcibiades after beating the heavy favorite to the wire at the very least in Tommy Joe. And then her Breeders' Cup juvenile fillies, she wasn't as sharp. The pace was quick early on by Super Corridora, but if you watch that race back, bouncing off the rail as they straighten for home, she showed a lot of grit. It's been 5 months since we've seen her. This is her first start at the age of 3. But by all reports and speaking to Ben Colebrook, she has been working lights out, as you can see by taking a look at her past performances. So she is 3-1 on the board right now. She is my top selection. We'll talk more about this race as we wait for riders up. We'll catch back up on the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland once these fillies complete the post parade. Good luck. Less than 10 minutes away from our opening day feature.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, 89th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1 for 3-year-old fillies. At a mile and a 16th over the main track, listed good. Race will finish in the short stretch of the first wire. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Scratch the 1, Nikon. Number 1, Nikon is scratched. Post time in about 3 minutes. Now the post parade for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Number 1 is scratched. The 2 is Percy's Bar, owned by Hat Creek Racing and trained by Ben Colebrook. The jockey, Luan Machado. 3, Zany, owned by the Rapoli stable of Mike Rapoli, trained by Todd Pletcher. The jockey, Irad Ortiz Jr. 4, French Friction, owned by the DJ Stable LLC of Leonard Green, trained by Mark Cassie. The jockey, Christian Torres. 5, Omaha Bay, owned by Jim Gladden, trained by Ian Wilkes. Javier Castellano to ride. 6, Holly by Golly, owned by Storyteller Racing of Ted Nixon. Open Gate Horse Ventures LLC of Butch Mosby, owned also by Brian Cahoe, Scott Catlett, Dave Russell, and Matthew Ransdell. The trainer, Rodolphe Brisset, and the jockey, Tyler Gaffleone. And 7, Star Actress, owned by George Krikorian, trained by Bill Mott, and the jockey, Junior Alvarado. Post time coming up shortly for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland.
Getting close to the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland as we take a look at the current favorite at 3-5. That is Zany for Mike Rapoli's Rapoli stable, a filly that is unbeaten in 3 starts. Recent winner of the Suncoast, and trainer Todd Pletcher has won the Central Bank Ashland at 3 of the last 4 runnings here at Keeneland Racecourse. We had an opportunity to spend some time with this filly down at the Pletcher barn here at Keeland. A wonderful mind on her. Just took everything in. Nothing seemed to bother her, and she's doing the exact same as far as the way that she acted back at the barn when we visited with her as she is warming up out here on the course. So just an absolute pro for the 3-year-old filly by American Pharoah that has begun her racing career 3 for 3. She is the deserved favorite at odds of 3-5. The number 4 horse, French Friction for Mark Cassie. Good run in the Dixie Belle, going 6 furlongs. That was on an off track, a sloppy main track. The main track is now listed as good as things have dried up over the course of the afternoon with the wind and sun that we've had here on opening day at Keeneland Racecourse. But she's by City of Light out of an AP Indy first name, so the breeding's there for the longer distance. We'll see if Mark Cassie can secure himself another Oaks favorite following a top-level performance from this filly, having won the Fantasy last Saturday at Oaklawn Park, did Mark Cassie. So French Friction, good luck to the Green family, DJ Stable, as they turn loose a filly who started her career off 2 for 2. She's currently sitting at 5-1. And then trainer Bill Mott has Star Actress, the number 7 horse, 10-1. Filly by Justify out of Star Act. That makes her a full sister to the champion 2-year-old filly, Breeders' Cup Grade 1 winner in Just FYI. That was from Justify's first crop of runners a couple of years back. And here's a filly that sprinted on debut, 7/8, finished second, stretched out to a router ground, broke her maiden going long for the first time, and jumps into Grade 1 company off of that maiden win. They're taking their shot here today with this well-bred filly. And if you're willing to take a shot with her, she's a good price of 10-1. The starting gate is being put into position for today's feature as these fillies continue to warm up for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, 89th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1. Moving into line, 9th race. Percy's Bar comes forward. And now Zany. French Friction, 3 more to load. First wire finish here. Here is Omaha Bay coming forward. Now Holly by Golly. Star Actress, the last one, walks up. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off in the Central Bank Ashland. There goes French Friction right out for the early lead. Percy's Bar is there to the inside, and Omaha Bay toward the outside as they move for the first turn. French Friction has the lead and gets clear with it into the turn and opens up here by a length and a half and gets over closer to the rail. Omaha Bay is alongside of Percy's Bar, challenging for second midway on the first turn. Holly by Golly moves up a position into 4th. 3 lengths off the lead. Zany is 5th in between horses, and Star Actress 6th and hugging the rail all the way around the first turn. 5 lengths from the front. 24.7 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. French Friction, the leader. French Friction leads it by just over a length. Omaha Bay second on the outside, 3/4 of a length. Zany is trying to pick her way through some traffic, carefully moves up to challenge Percy's Bar for that 3rd position, just over 2 lengths from the front. Star Actress moves up 1 position from last to the far turn, and Holly by Golly is the trailer. 50.37 seconds was the time for the first half mile. French Friction, the leader. Omaha Bay is right alongside now from second. Zany has to go 3 wide to the far turn. In third, Percy's Bar once again stays against the rail, saves ground around the turn. Now she starts moving up into contention from 4th to challenge for 3rd, but there's a 1/4 mile to go. They're coming to the top of the short stretch. French Friction, Percy's Bar just runs up to the inside and takes the lead as they turn for home. Zany still 3rd toward the outside, and Star Actress is 4th. A breathtaking move off the far turn for Percy's Bar into the final furlong of the Central Bank Ashland. She's 4 lengths clear of Zany. Here's the wire. Percy's Bar wins it for Luan Machado. Zany was home 2nd, and Star Actress 3rd. French Friction 4th. 1 minute 45.72 seconds.
Percy's Bar, with her redemption run in Grade 1 company here at Keeneland Racecourse, leaves no doubt about who is the best 3-year-old filly in this Grade 1, Central Bank Ashland. She's cozy up against the inside rail, as we've seen from her in the past, and she spurts through there and dusts this competition. This is going to be a popular win here at Keeneland as we celebrate Percy's Bar picking up a Grade 1 victory in the Central Bank Ashland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 2, Percy's Bar, finished first. Number 3, Zany, was second. Number 7, Star Actress, third. And number 4, French Friction, fourth. 2, 3, 7, 4, unofficial. Ninth race results official. 2, 3, 7, 4, the official results. Into the stakes winner's circle for the featured ninth race, the 89th running of the Central Bank Ashland Grade 1. Number 2, Percy's Bar, owned by the Hat Creek Racing of Gatewood Bell, trained by Ben Colebrook, the jockey Luan Machado. Percy's Bar, a 3-year-old filly by Upstart, out of Honestly Deb by Super Saver, bred in Kentucky by Brereton Jones. Keeneland September graduate Percy's Bar gets the 8.5 furlongs over the main track listed good in 1 minute 45.72 seconds. Results official, 2374, the official results for Keeneland's featured ninth. Now the trophy presentation for the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland. Central Bank Chairman, President, and CEO Luther Deaton Jr., joined by University of Kentucky head football coach Will Stein, present to the connections of Percy's Bar.
The Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland goes to Percy's Bar and Hat Creek Racing and Ben Colebrook and Luan Machado. And Luan, what a story. I mean, we could sit here for a half an hour and talk about the journey that this filly has taken you on, but let's talk about today. When things were developing, the pace was slow. When you look at the fractions, you're back off the pace. How were things for you? How was she traveling down on the inside?
She was pretty handful all the way around there, and I was pretty much just holding her and waiting for some kind of room to let her go through. And as soon as she got a little bit of a chance to make it through, I just gave it all to her, and she ran right through it and opened up. She's so credit to her and whole team.
How sweet is this to get this Grade 1 after what happened in the fall, and for the team to stick with you with this filly and get these big runs with her?
It is very special. Ben and his whole team has been working very hard, and not only her, but everybody, we have been doing pretty good with the whole barn, and it means a lot after the last race. She deserved that win.
Congratulations, Luan.
Thank you.
Ben, you told me a couple of mornings ago you've experienced all the emotions with this filly. Now you're at the highest level here at Keeneland and taking a Grade 1. Does it make it sweeter given the journey that she's had and the ups and downs with this filly?
I'd still probably rather have Alcibiades too, but no, it definitely takes the sting out for sure. But no, she deserved it more than anybody else. And, you know, my team and everybody that's such a big part of
all that happens. And no, I mean, great ride by Luan. It's just, it all came together.
We saw her last year showing speed. Today she comes from off the pace. Is this just an example of her progression as a filly now at the age of 3?
I think she could have had the lead today, but Luan and I talked that, I was kind of worried because the pace was so slow and she was, kind of bottled up back there, but it looked like he always had horse. It was just whether he was going to get that seam. And when he got a half a seam, she was just gone. So that was pretty impressive.
Congratulations on another Grade 1 win for you here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Thank you very much.
Ben Colebrook, Hat Creek Racing, and Luan Machado taking the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland.
So happy to be joined by Brett Jones, who not only bred this filly, but has been along for the ride. How can you put this into words and just the energy of the winner's circle and this partnership and being able to celebrate this moment together?
Well, records are meant to be broken, but I don't know that they'll ever break the record for how many people just fit into this winner's circle with this filly. And you grabbed me because I don't think you could grab anybody else. You should have grabbed Gatewood Bell, who bought this filly, or Ben Colebrook, who did the impossible, bringing her off a layoff and doing what she just did in the Ashland. It's just incredible, and nothing's more fun than this.
Can you speak to just everybody in the winner's circle, the families, the children, and all of them being able to experience something like that, and what that means for their future as well?
Yeah, that's what this is about. It's about making lifetime memories. These kids just made a lifetime memory today. They'll remember that forever. That's incredible. And just a very special day. Thank you, Gabby.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Percy's Bar, impressive yet again in the Grade 1 Central Bank Ashland.
Thank you, Gabby and Scott. Race 10 on the way. The turf is listed good. The rail at 20 feet. Toyota Super High 5 featured here. Scratch the 4, Lemon's Law. Also scratch 13, Fat Guy and Little Coat. Scratch the 15, Tilson. And scratch the 16, Newman. A reminder, number 14 draws into the race. 14, In America, draws into the race.
This is our 10th and final race here at Keeneland Racecourse on opening day. And don't forget, the $1 Toyota Super High Five wager is available in this upcoming 10th and final, as the Toyota Super High Fives will be in the nightcaps throughout the meets, as we have come to expect here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good get-out race, maiden 3-year-old event, going a mile on the turf course, which remains listed as good. Prize Pick, I really like this horse. I've been asked with a lot of folks, who's your best bet of the day as far as looking for a bit of a price, and I've kept pointing people towards Prize Pick, the number 1 horse. He's a horse that put together a best run as far as in his career on the turf course when moving over to the turf course in his most recent start. So the thing that I like about not only the result, finishing 3rd, beaten a length, after running some pretty credible races on the main track between Churchill and Gulfstream, I like the fact that he was able to get forward position from an outside draw in that race. He left from post position number 10. He was forward. He ended up only beating a length after coming close to making the lead. So getting this inside post position, he's not going to have to be rushed from the outside crossover and, lose that ground in order to find that position. I think that this post draw is a big advantage for Flying Dutchman's Prize Pick, a Keeneland September sale grad from 2024, as Brian Lynch and Flying Dutchman look for another win on this opening day card. Heading is the number 2 horse. He's 5-1 on the board right now for Gainesway Stable. This is a Star-Spangled Banner colt out of the Graham Motion Barn. Started off his career at Kempton Park and Suthel on the synthetic course. And his only U.S. start, he ended up finishing 4th, beating a length and 3/4, a length and a half on the turf course at Gulfstream Park. He had an inside draw that day and ended up running a pretty solid effort. So 2nd time here in the United States. It's been a couple of months since we've seen him. I think you've got to respect this 3-year-old colt for Gainesway Stable that is Heading, the number 2 horse. And then we'll go to the outside for my 3rd selection, the number 10 horse, Democracy Defender for Parkland Thoroughbreds and trainer Jorge Abreu. He was 2nd behind Vassy, who ran earlier in the Transylvania Stakes for trainer Brendan Walsh. This is a colt by American Pharoah, who was also 2nd in that follow-up race. So he's run 2 credible races. Irad's in the saddle. Obviously, that's going to sway a lot of opinions when it comes to betting these races, and I think that's in part why he sits at 5-2. But as far as the turf conditions, he's encountered a good listed turf course at both Gulfstream Park and Tampa Bay Downs. So for a 3rd consecutive race to start his career, finds a good listed turf course here at Keeneland Racecourse. Nice wagering opportunity, great betting board in front of us. We're less than 10 minutes away from the nightcap here on opening day. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race. The bets, maiden special weight, 3-year-olds at 1 mile on the turf listed good with the rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 4, Lemon's Law. Also scratch 13, Fat Guy in Little Coat, the 15, Tilson, and the 16, Newman. A reminder, the 14 draws into the race. 14 in America draws into the race. Jockey as programmed. Post time, 6 minutes.
Just some frontside observations as we get set for the 10th and final, the $1 Toyota Super High Five race, race number 10 here at Keeneland. That's a look at Supercharger for CRK Stable and Cherie DeVoe and Jose Ortiz. They've had a stakes winner earlier with Remember Mamba, and this is a colt by Constitution that has shown some promise in his 2 starts. He's a horse that comes from way out of it, at least has in his first 2 starts, so adds blinkers for the first time in his career. He gets back to turf. The number 5 horse at 7-1. Don't be surprised if he shows some improvement with the addition of blinkers here this afternoon. And then let's go to the outside horse, the number 12 horse, Epic Horsepower for Epic Horses and trainer Brian Lynch. Not this time, Colt. A lot of changes being made here with him. Blinkers being added, Lasix for the first time. He was the favorite last time we saw him, which was at the end of the fall meet here at Keeneland, and he just did not bring it. He was a bit rank early on in that race and then just shut things down, did Frankie Dettori, to basically ease him in that race. But if you look at his prior 2 starts at Ellis and Kentucky Downs, they were very solid. So the changes being made here today, outside draw, certainly is not ideal, but he's at 9-1 with Luis Saez in the saddle. He hasn't run in a while, 5 months, which I don't think will be an issue for him, getting ready down in South Florida to prep for this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. So the more you look at this, the more angles I think that you can find on this group of 3-year-old runners getting set to compete on the turf course. Get those wagers in less than 2 minutes away from post time.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race, the bets. Moving into line race 10. Supercharger comes forward along with Telecaster. Cash Bonus and Epic Horsepower. Here's Obelisk. In America draws in, last one walking up. They're at the post. And they're off. Very awkward beginning for Supercharger. Jose Ortiz got slung to his right, managed to stay aboard, but they are absolute last as they head in to the first turn. In the meantime, Cash Bonus comes out for the early lead. Telecaster's away running in second. A gap of 3 more lengths already back to Prize Pick. Stays a lane off the rail from third by just a neck. Obelisk fourth up on the outside. He's a Charmer. Will go in fifth. Heading saves some ground in sixth. Drop Shot is in seventh. Epic Horsepower eighth. Democracy Defender is ninth. Ravenous is in the 10th position. In America is 11th. And Supercharger, after that awkward beginning, is last of the 12. Opening quarter went in 23.57 seconds. Telecaster has the lead. Telecaster Telecaster takes over midpoint of the backstretch and leads it by 2 lengths to Cash Bonus, Obelisk, and then Prize Pick, who's looking for some running room now in between horses, regains the 3rd position, challenges for 2nd as they head to the far turn. He's a charmer, 5th up on the outside, and then heading back toward the inside, 5 lengths off the lead. Democracy Defenders against the rail, 7 from the front, drop shot alongside that one. 48.67 seconds the time for the first half mile. Telecaster leads it by 2.5 lengths around the far turn. And then Cash Bonus in 2nd. Prize Pick between horses 3rd. Obelisk still a wide 4th to the top of the stretch. Heading is 5th. He's a charmer is 6th. Democracy Defender is still 7th, still 6 lengths from the lead as they turn for home. Obelisk swings toward the outside, trying to come after Cash Bonus. Democracy Defender is running up the inside, and here comes Heading down the outside. Heading with clear running to wrestle the lead away into the final furlong. Has the lead now by 2, by 3. The scramble's on for 2nd. A late charge from Drop Shot, also from Supercharger. No catching Heading and John Velasquez, who win the nightcap.
Another cavalry charge finish on the turf course here at Keeneland, and once they sorted themselves out, straightening for home, Heading out in the clear in about the 5 path, puts together a stout run and kicks away from this group. Good price, 6-1 in the end. Congratulations to Gainesway Stable, Graham Motion, and Johnny Velasquez taking the nightcap here on opening day.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 2, Heading, finished first. Number 5, Supercharger, was second. Number 9, Drop Shot, third. Number 7, Obelisk, fourth. And number 1, Prize Pick, fifth. 25971, unofficial. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, the Bets. Number 2, Heading, owned by the Gainesway stable of Anthony Beck, trained by Graham Motion, John Velasquez, the jockey. Heading, a 3-year-old son of Star Spangled Banner out of Celtic Sea by Captain Al, bred in Kentucky by Gainesway Thoroughbreds Limited. 1 mile over the turf, listed good, 1 minute 38.54 seconds. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for the bets to the connections of Heading. Results as yet unofficial for race 10 at Keeneland. Stand by. Tenth race results now posted official for Keeneland's 10th and final event, 25971. That result is now posted official. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $12,500, $12,594.39 to be precise for the Toyota Super High 5 carryover for tomorrow's card. Simulcasting will be closing shortly. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.